We are live. Good morning, everyone in Toronto. Good evening, everyone in India. Well, we are here together 4.0. We have made it to the big day, the big night, the finals, the championship finals. It's been an incredible week. You know, when we started out here, Oscar, we had, such an influx of applications. We had nearly 200. Then we got it down to the 100 mark. Then we got it down to the top 17. And I couldn't think of how we were going to pick the top six. The judges went through the process, picked through the top six, and now we have a really spectacular final championship crew. And they're all in the back there online, waiting to get ready to go live and make their pitch to the judges. You know, we are so happy to be at this stage in the week. I'm sure the students are relieved and ready to wrap this thing up. We've got some exciting people that'll be presenting with us today, some fantastic judges, and it's going to be a wonderful evening and wonderful morning. You know, with the Schulich School of Business, we're so proud to be working with Startup India, with Invest India, and all the support that we've received. Important government relationships as well too from both countries. You know, with the City of Toronto, with the Consulate General of India. We're going to be meeting later on today the High Commissioner of India to Canada, and it's been such a vibrant partnership over the last 3 years since we started this in the pandemic, and excited to see it continue to grow. You know, we couldn't do all this without the sponsors that we have that have gotten behind us, the key partners that have helped us with the prize money. We've also had sponsors and donors contributing right up to last night, people adding in, and the prize pool even grew a little bit since we last talked. So we'll have some exciting news about that later on in the presentation. Ashka, we also have so many amazing resource partners as well who have helped us out as well. So, sorry, let's just back up there. So many resource partners that have helped us out. Ashka, would you like to give a shout out to some of those?
Sure, thank you, Chris. So yes, everybody, first of all, thank you so much for everybody for joining us all today in the finale and closing ceremony of Together 4.0. And as Chris rightly mentioned, it has been a long and eventful journey. A very quick shout out to Freshworks, AWS Startups, Tagby, and Zoho for Startups, who are our very trusted resource partners for the Together 2023 program. And they would be providing dedicated support to the winners who would be announced today. Thank you.
That's awesome. Now, Shrey, let's just bump back to our slide with the two of us before we get to the dean, and let Ashka make a few other quick comments opening up before we come back to her for a deeper dive. Ashka, any other thoughts today about the opening of this key moment?
So, Chris, I think the key thing that maybe all of us are feeling here is that this Together 2022 program has seen so many events in the process. You know, the various mentorship sessions that were conducted, the various venture bootcamp experiences that were so thoughtfully curated by your team to help all the students who've applied. All of that has come together to culminate into this wonderful session that we have planned today. And the kind of impact that, Together 4.0 has generated, rather, even all past editions of Together have generated with so many student entrepreneurs, 200 student entrepreneurs from this edition itself, being matched with more than 200 Canadian university students. So I think the kind of impact that the program has created, not just in terms of the very direct financial and non-financial impact, but also in terms of the collaborations that have been created through this program, is immense, and very excited for what's to come today. So yes, looking forward to it.
Awesome. And we'll look forward to your formal remarks in just a few moments. But for now, we're going to introduce our first special guest, and that is Dean Detlev Zwick, the Dean of the Schulich School of Business. Detlev has been a tireless champion of this entire program from day one, when it was a sparkle in the eye of Startup India and the Schulich Startups team. I remember I called him and said, Dean, I've got a little bit of a wild idea and a wild mission to go on. And as he usually does when we have like exciting things, he said, yes, let's go for it. So we're excited to welcome him. Detlev is the school's 8th dean in its 54-year history and has been a transformational force in terms of the digitization of the school and the introduction of the Tech MBA into Schulich. We'll talk about that again at different points throughout the event. And also has led us to a record number of donors providing scholarship and award and bursary support for our students, which has been an amazing transformational other part of his mandate. Detlev, welcome today, and we're excited to hear your words.
Great. Thank you so much, Chris and Oshka. Can you hear me?
Yep, we're good.
Oh, good. Fantastic. I'm very impressed how fresh and sparkly both look after a week like this, and very good. Well, greetings from the Schulich School of Business here in Toronto to everyone who is joining us tonight or this morning. Schulich is really proud to be once again partner with Startup India to organize the 4th edition of this amazing entrepreneurship competition. It's the biggest edition yet since launching this event 3 years ago. We have student entrepreneurs participating across 19 states in India. It's a fantastic example of the growing importance of the partnership and collaboration between Canada and India, which perhaps right now is actually needed so much more than ever. And it's a testament to the growing importance of India within the global economy, with India now one of the top 5 largest economies in the world. As some of you know, Schulich has deep ties in India that go back nearly 3 decades, especially for the past 10 years, with Schulich operating a state-of-the-art campus in partnership with GMR in Hyderabad. The campus is where we offer our Schulich MBA in India degree program, which includes the Entrepreneurial Studies 6500 course, where Schulich MBA students are taught startup and venture capital fundamentals to help them support student entrepreneurs in the Together Bootcamp. And all of our activities in India are supported through the advice and support of our highly distinguished India Advisory Council, which includes some of the top business leaders in India. And last year, we strengthened the connection between Canadian and Indian and the Indian innovation ecosystems. And with Together 4.0, we are scaling our impact among Canadian and Indian students even more, expanding our reach to the maximum number of aspiring entrepreneurs. And what this competition has shown us here at Schulich is that entrepreneurship can be learned. More importantly, Together is one of the ways our school is meeting the growing desire of Schulich students to acquire entrepreneurial skills and networks, and the impact on both our student entrepreneurs and our students in general has been really remarkable. So let me close by expressing big thank yous. Thanks to all of our judges, with special thanks to our finalist judges. Thanks also to Schulich MBA students from the Entrepreneurship 6500 class who enabled the student entrepreneurs to excel in the competition. Together Bootcamp and Venture competition has been a massive hit among our students now for 4 years running, and we are grateful for their vital contributions. Of course, a big thanks to Startup India. We could not have done this without you, and to the governments of India and Canada. In particular, I also wish to thank today's closing ceremony speakers for sharing their guidance, including Mr. Sanjay Kumar Verma, the High Commissioner of India to Canada. And thanks as well to our guest speakers and senior dignitaries for their remarks and words of inspiration. Now, big kudos to the Office of Innovation Entrepreneurship here at Schulich, to Chris Carter, Executive Director of the office, for his leadership, passion, and drive. Chris and his team are so dedicated to nurturing entrepreneurial success and have once again done an incredible job working with multiple stakeholders to grow this competition and provide valuable real-world opportunities to budding entrepreneurs. And of course, the Together Entrepreneurship Bootcamp couldn't exist without the involvement of our Canadian and Indian mentors and the many trainers who dedicated their time to upskill both the entrepreneurs and the Schulich students taking part in this competition. So to all of you, a big, big thank you from all of us here at Schulich. Congratulations to everyone who was part of Together 2023. And finally, good luck and best wishes to all of the teams competing in this year's final. Thanks, and back to you, Chris, I think.
Thanks,
Thank you
Dean. Thanks
so
for joining
much.
us today. And Ashka will share a few words.
Yeah. Thanks, Chris. Thank you so much, Detlev. It is so wonderful to know how Schulich is going above and beyond to inculcate innovation and entrepreneurship within its students through different initiatives. And you're absolutely right when you said that entrepreneurship, in fact, can be learned. And the Together program is a testament to that. So thank you once again for your truly inspirational words. And without further ado, I would like to introduce our next speaker for today, Dr. Hemang Shah. Dr. Hemang Shah serves as the Director of Engineering at Qualcomm Technology Licensing, and he's also the lead of the Qualcomm Make in Africa initiative for startups. Dr. Hemang serves as a co-chairman at the National IPR team at ASSOCHAM, as well as the member of the National IPR Committee and Subcommittee on IP Commercialization. Previously, Dr. Hemang was the Vice President at Licensing Executive Society International, India. He has earned a PhD in Electrical, Electronics and Communication Engineering from Drexel and a Bachelor's in Electronics and Communication Engineering from the University of Mumbai. He's also an angel investor, a podcast host, and more importantly, a very active mentor to startups in India across various stages. Thank you, Dr. Hemang. We welcome you.
Thanks so much, Ashika, for that very kind introduction. And thanks, the team at Together 2023, the Startup India team, and the Schulich School of Business for having me here. It's great to read about such an initiative, and particularly how you're inspiring student entrepreneurs. I could not agree more with Detlev when he said that entrepreneurship is a skill which can be learned. You'll hear in various statements, some of them often saying that entrepreneurship has to be blood. I don't know what that means, because every person who started a company really had problems. That problem.
Sorry to jump in there, but we're having a little bit of trouble with your audio. So I wonder if you could make some adjustments there.
I don't know.
How about now? Is it better?
Now we're great. That's 100% good. Yeah.
So thanks so much for having me. I don't know if any of what I said previously was audible or not. But I was
mostly the thank you for being for having you here, and then it started to get garbled after that.
Okay. So in our programs that Oshika mentioned, that me along with a very strong team, we are supporting 3 startup programs in India. One which is an incubation program for hardware IoT startups, one for women-founded deep tech startups, and one for semiconductor mentorship program. And we have one program in Africa, which is the Qualcomm Make in Africa program. If I include all of these are touch points, first-hand touch points with more than 140 plus startups. And they've done fabulously well in terms of the funding that they've raised, the products that they've launched. They've raised more than like $250 million in funding with the support of, let's say, the government of India when it comes to patent filing incentives. They have filed for more than 400 plus patents, right? And this number is increasing. Close to about half of them are in the grant stage. Now, I wanted to share just a couple of points with the students, particularly the entrepreneurs, with regards to what are some of the broad trends that these successful startups have done. The first trend that a good startup is terrific at is spotting opportunities. They really understand the problem which their customers face. They're deep in touch with the data, but more importantly, they understand the pulse of the customer. So even though you may have completed the program, and particularly for the ones that are not the finalists, know that all you need to do to get better fundamentally is get better at finding good problems to solve. The teams which are doing well, I guarantee you that they found a very good opportunity. And then after that comes the next thing, which good startups do well, which is delivering on them. And this is where you separate invention from innovation. I believe invention is an act of doing something different, but sometimes we get caught up in the idea that hey, we need to do something different just for the sake of calling ourselves as a differentiator or as a disruptor. That is not true innovation. True innovation takes that, but it figures out how do we solve that problem from end to end. How can the pipes after us and before us can also benefit? How can the customer experience be magical? Right. So this is what great startups are good at. And lastly, if I look at again what good startups are doing from the get-go, right? The good startups that we've come across, they place a tremendous value on intellectual property. And this is understandable because most of your time goes in spotting an edge. And if you work so hard at getting a differentiating element to your offering, then it serves in your best interest to protect it. And IP these days, and particularly for every startup, your market is the world. It is not just one country. It is not just India. We have startups which are based in India and they're shipping all across the world. So take care of three things. Be great at spotting problems. Be great at what is meaningful to the customer and how you can give them that wow experience. And third is make IP a core element of your business strategy. I congratulate every single one of you, who made it over here, and particularly the finalists, because you have crossed the biggest hurdle. The next one remains further ahead. And for that, I wish you all the very best. Thanks so much again, Oshika, for inviting me. Thanks to Chris, to Detlef for, again, making me a small part of this program. Wishing you all the very best.
Thank you, Dr. Shah. We appreciate your words and your time this morning, your words of inspiration, and the students are well inspired and well wound up now for the competition. So thanks, enjoy the rest of your evening, and let's continue on. Okay, so for our next moment, we have students. I hope they're ready in the background, getting ready, because you're coming on soon. But first, we are going to recognize our honorable final judges. 3 judges that we have with us this morning, 2 from Canada and 1 from India. First up, we have Naaman Badeo, who is partner at Antler Canada. And many of you have already met Naaman because he's been such a leader within the program as a speaker, as a trainer, as a judge, as a mentor in different years as well too. And he's been here from the beginning and seen the whole trajectory of the journey. Naaman has founded multiple businesses in travel technology, including Flight Network and TripStack. And currently, he's working in the early stage VC world through Antler Canada, where he's building out the next big wave of tech. We're also excited to be joined by my friend, Schulich alumni, Alexander Barclay, principal with Graphite Ventures, up early here on a Saturday morning and ready to go with his ideas and his thoughts and questions. Graphite Ventures is a leading seed stage fund investing in high potential B2B SaaS, digital health, and fintech startups. Next, we have Isha Dash, the marketing director at Antler India. So we have a strong Antler presence here today. She also champions the AI vertical for the firm, and she's a first-time judge with us, but we're happy to welcome her here today. Thank you, judges. Excited to have you all here with us. All right, so with that, we're going to get ready. Teams, remember, you'll need to share your slides and come on board. I'm going to call you to the stage, and then I'll be timing you. A final reminder that you're going to have 8 minutes to speak. When we get to the 7-minute mark, I will do my best to put up my little digital hand, and that will be a signal to you visually that you're coming towards the end here. And then you'll have 12 minutes for questions. Judges, I'll call you out, and we'll go in a rotating order. So we'll start with Naaman, then we'll go to Isha, then we'll go to Alexander. And hopefully we'll be able to get a minimum of 1 question in each for you. So first up, we are coming to our first competitor, and that is Focus Flow. Focus Flow, welcome to the stage. Once I see your slides in full presentation mode, I will give you a count in. I'll say 3, 2, 1, and then you will begin your pitch. Okay.
Is it visible?
We're good. We're good. And I'm going to count you in 3, 2, 1.
Hey, hi everyone. Let's start. What are the most common hurdle we all face to achieve maximum productivity and happiness in our life? That is internal chaos and stress and anxiety. 1 out of 8 people struggle to find a way to cope up with their everyday stress and anxiety. According to World Health Organization, 301 million people face some sort of anxiety and related issues. Impact of ignorance of all these issues leads to several lifestyle issues like lack of sleep, substance abuse, no interest in physical activity, negative self-talk, excessive overthinking. Meditation provides a way to manage all these issues in a sustainable way. And there are hundreds of applications out there in digital mindfulness and mental wellness space. But at the fundamental level, all these platforms are lacking a very common thing. That first one is broken feedback loop. There's no way where I can tell all these applications what I'm going through in my life. And there's no way it is, all these platforms are very monotonous in their tone, pre-recorded content. There's no measurable parameter to visualize whether I'm progressing with my stress, anxiety over a period of time or not. And also there's no predictive and proactive care which can help me with a properness at the right moment of need where exactly I need to find some relaxation. And especially to fight against my low willpower to use this kind of application. And this is a very fundamental motivation problem. And there's no globally scalable solution which can provide every human's unique psychological needs. So everyone, we are introducing Focus Flow, your personal AI stress management coach. In terms of our early adopters, Focus Flow offers an interactive meditation experience tailored to his local accent, context, preference, along with proactive nudges. Focus Flow aims to bring sustainable happiness and sustainable way to manage stress and anxiety at the global scale by integrating ancient Indian wisdom of meditation and yoga, by integrating psychological context that it engages with the users during the meditation program with behavioral science, real-time biomarkers, and generative AI. Just checking if I'm audible. Hey, Krish, if I'm audible?
Hey, yeah, you're audible. Hey, guys, sorry to interrupt.
In a longer term, we aim to bring sustainable happiness and health on the planet by building a personal AI for every human to take care of their mental, spiritual, physical, social, and nutritional health. So here is our application. This is the engagement screen of the application where you have 2 options, chat with mind and meditate now, where it engages with you in a vocal conversational manner to understand your psychological needs in the right moment of time, and it generates meditation program on the go while having a conversation with you. In the left, we have integration feature where you can connect your Apple smartwatch or other smartwatch devices to enable application monitor your HRV patterns. Here's the proactive retention feature, which continuously track your HRV patterns and your users pattern to give you proper nudges at the time. Let's suppose you are working in the office and you need some an application detect unusual HRV. It will give you a nudge and will try to have a conversation to help you relax. And it also helps you visualize over a period of time whether you are progressing with your stress and anxiety over a period of time or not. So how it works? So whenever you try to engage with the application, either via your willpower or via the nudges that application identifies, it sends your text and voice-based interaction to the AI model, which understand your psychological context on the go, and it generates 3 to 15 minute meditation program activity for you. And what it does is it reframes your negative subjective thoughts via meditation discourse and regulate your physiological imbalance via breath work, and provides you with micro progress report in turning your brain into calm, clear, and productive state. total market is $9.8 billion market, offline and online, and $4.6 billion is online meditation category. In India, we have 130 million as serviceable obtainable market. Let's talk about our competitor. We have Headspace, Calm and Insight Timer as our competitors. They have pre-recorded celebrity lead content, but they leave very fundamental thing like giving properness. Irrespective of these platforms, we have very predictive AI analytics based platform which identifies what is the exact moment that you need, where you need some moment of relaxation. It is very adaptive in nature based on your cultural background and with your local accent based on generative AI. It is vocal in nature, which continuously interact with you during the meditation and provide a very immersive experience during the session so that you get engaged with the session. As a GTM, we are very focused on our approach. Right now, we are focused on B2B to C approach, and we are focused for the 4 cities of India: Delhi, Gurgaon, Mumbai, Hyderabad, and Bangalore. And right now, we are targeting high stress levels industries like financial service corporates, Series A+ startup. And as our customer acquisition strategy, we are onboarding senior HR leadership coach as our advisor, who can help us go to this company. And also we are trying to partner with Investors Network Accelerator, which can help us to get access of this company. Here is our revenue model. We aim to charge $3 per user per month for B2B customers. And eventually, after achieving PMF, we aim to go global with our B2C plan. Right now, we are at phase 1. We are distributing application at local level, and we are also trying to partner with wellness, companies as a wellness partners. We have been supported by NASCOM Foundation, Cisco Incubator, and right now we are incubated at BITS Pilani. And recently, in the World Yoga Day, we got shout out from Startup India. So here is our ask. We are looking for 200K USD to achieve PMF in next 12 months. And so far, we have received 12.5K USD as equity fee grant from Adobe and NASCOM Foundation. Basically, we will be spending our money on the product hiring and marketing part. So here is what success metric will look like for us in next 12 months down the lane. We aim to gather 75K USD as our annual revenue, and we aim to onboard 50 B2B companies with average user size 100 users per company. So here is team. Myself, Vidya Bhushan, I lead product at Focus Flow. I am recent grad at IIT BHU, and I have been meditator since the COVID lockdown, and that's what was the foundational inspiration for me. And we have Ramansu, who leads the full stack technology at MBY. Focus Flow. Here is our Schulich team who helped us throughout the presentation. Thank you.
Okay, that's a wrap. Now we'll go to the judges, and judges, Naaman, you're up first.
Well, great presentation, Vidya. Thank you for that. It looks very interesting. One of the things I see with these consumer apps, I've tried Calm before, as you kind of listed as one of your competitors, is that, people download the app and then, they might try it and then they kind of disengage from it. How are you tracking engagement? I think that's one of the key things here, that people stay engaged with your technology. Are you tracking engagement? How are you keeping in contact with potential customers to have them keep using your app?
Yes. Yes, this is a great problem that this industry facing. Like, that is a motivation problem. Like, people need a strong willpower to use this application in moment of need, and it is very hard problem to solve. So basically, in current format, they have pre-recorded content where you need to first find the relatable content and they need to consume it. But in our application, how we are solving it? So whenever application identifies the nudge based on a HRV pattern, so if there is a variation in HRV pattern, it is established medical fact that you are going through some changes, physiological changes and stress. So first thing is that HRV pattern, and second thing is your user's pattern. So based on user pattern, and it try to find the optimum timing for you based on which it can give you proper nudges. So first thing is identifying the nudges when you need to give it to user, and second part is when user click the application, so it will try to engage with the application in conversational tone rather than having a pre-recorded monotonous tone. So you don't need to identify the content or discover the content. You just need to talk with the application, and the application will generate the meditation program based on your psychological context, and it will set the environment on the go.
Great, thank you. I'll pass it over.
Thanks. Isha, you're up next.
Thanks, Vidya, for the amazing presentation. So my question is really, this incumbent versus startups is a very interesting debate in generative AI, right? Because AI is fairly, in some ways, simple to integrate via APIs, which is why a lot of incumbents are integrating into their current products and sort of running with it. So would love to understand a little bit more about your tech stack and what is proprietary in it, and why would it be hard for a Calm or any other app to replicate this?
Sure. So I would say right now we are partnering with few of the mentors who are expert in the meditation to make our own foundational database for the meditation program, on top of which we are building the technology. And this is the foundation of the application. And what we are doing is we are feeding back the interaction and the feedback from the users whenever they are trying to interact, and the like post meditation experience, what is their reaction, and how they are changing, like whether there is a change in their relaxation pattern or not. So we are feeding all this information to our AI model, so it continuously understands and improve over a period of time for every user. So I would say over a period of long time, the data and the improvement of the model will be our main core defensibility, and eventually the integration with other devices and the ecosystem around it will be our main defensible factor, on top of which we can build something much higher above it.
Okay, thank you.
So I have two related, one broader, one more specific question around your go-to-market. The specific one was, and I'm not sure if I caught, you mentioned B2B, but I wasn't clear if your focus was specifically on B2B versus immediately, or you're going directly to consumer. But overall, the broader question is, this is a space that's very crowded with a lot of big brands that have spent a lot of money on marketing, some of which are becoming verbs, and we all know that there's a lot of companies with the better product that failed because, someone else just figured out how to position themselves better in the market and sell in less good, objectively good product. So how are you guys thinking about go-to-market and getting sort of space in the customer's minds and actually getting some momentum and showing that you're an option they should be going with?
But regarding your first question for the GTM part, why we are going, what is the plan for B2B or B2C? So right now we are very focused on B2B plan, because we can get traction at the initial stage, which can help us build and scale the tech in the backend while having the paying users. And these B2B companies users have a working professional which is having the stress-related problem at the most, and they have disposable income to spend on these vitamin products. So we are going with B2B users first in next 12 months. Once we achieve the PMF, then we'll try to go into the B2C category with global approach. Like first we will focus on India, and then we'll move toward the North America and Europe market, because in India still these markets still growing, but the major market is in America, Canada, and these are the major paying market. So we'll move toward that at the later stage. Regarding competitors and the companies, I would say the take before, maybe 1 year before, was all the companies in the space was focusing on pre-recorded content. But I would say content can't be more commoditized for the longer time. Someone else will come in and with better content, with better meditation program, and all the existing company will again face some content related issue. But with what we are doing, we are trying to have a very interactive program with the user, so that users stay relevant with the meditation program. Because one fundamental insight is, whenever user try to get into meditation space, the first thing that stops them is a storm of thought that comes into their mind while having a meditation. And it is very hard when you see a robotic voice, like when you see a pre-recorded content that is not engaging with you. So it is very hard to focus on something. So I would say we are innovating on the experience side to get ahead of our competitors.
Thank you. It's helpful.
Okay, Naaman, back to you for your second question.
Great, excellent. What's the long-term vision of the product? So you've got this short-term vision, but if we're talking 2-3 years out, where do you see, where do you see your product evolving into?
Yes, sir. So in a longer vision, we aim to make a personal AI for every human, which will take care of their physical, mental, spiritual, nutritional health. As in the integration part of the application, you might have seen, we have a smartwatch-based integration. We are, in a similar way, we are trying to integrate with your digital users data, your physical data, and your like sleep data. And we will tune in all this data, and based on that data, we will, as the application is also understanding your psychological needs, it can help you with spiritual health. It can help you with your digital user predictive digital related health, your physical related health. So in a longer run, we just want to have build a personal AI for every human, which will take care of all aspects of our life's health. So whether it is physical, mental, spiritual, nutritional. So this is our longer vision, where we aim to give a personal AI for every human on this planet.
Isha, second question for you.
Vidya, would love to know, what do you think makes you and your team uniquely qualified to build something like this? As founders, what do you think is your biggest right to win in this market?
So first thing is, I would say, a personal belief in myself. This is a fundamental thing, because since the COVID lockdown, I was in third year of my IIT BHU during the COVID lockdown. So this was like stress and related anxiety was the major thing I was facing. So this is how I got interested to yoga and meditation. I would say this has become part of me, and since last 2 years, I've been meditating, and I have seen a major transformation in myself. And that's the biggest thing that I have experienced personally, and I want the world to experience the same, the Indian wisdom of meditation and yoga, that we can help. And being an Indian, we can help get out this core technology that has been developed by Indian VCs and SEC to the outer world with the 21st century technology that can be scaled to every human's unique need. So I would say first thing that I understand is myself and my experience with the meditation thing. And second word I would say is our tech team. Like he's very expert and he has been working on the tech and very, very enthusiastic. And also we have a very strong support from IIT BHU alumni networks and other people who strongly believes in us, and our mentors who like our mentor networks who strongly believes in our vision to helping humans. So I would say these are the fundamental insights or belief that we have regarding our product and our vision.
Thanks, Vidya.
Alexander, do you have one last quick question? We're down to the final minute and a half.
Not sure how quick it is, but it's related to my last one. How are you thinking about market segmentation? Like where are you go? Where's the low hanging fruit for acquiring your initial sort of segment of customers?
I didn't got your question. Can you?
Yeah, sure. How are you thinking about segmenting your market? Like, where are you going to start looking for customers first, as opposed to the ones that you'll maybe target a little bit further down the road?
Yes. So right now we are very focused on India's 4 bigger cities: Delhi, Gurgaon, Bangalore, Mumbai, and we are very focused on the corporates which have a user base with high stress category, and we are trying to partner with this company via the senior HR leadership team. So this is how we are focused right now in India. And after 12 months down the road, we aim to first achieve PMF in Indian market with B2C, with some basic level, and then we aim to partner with few people on the North American region and Europe region, and definitely we need support there. We do not have the active plan right now how we will go global, but eventually we will figure it out.
Right on. Thank you.
And we are on it.
Great. Well, we came in right with 5 seconds to spare. So good job, judges. Good job, Focus Flow. And now, judges, you'll have a little 5-minute period there to go into your scorecards and take your notes and this type of thing. And we'll be calling you back to the stage in just a few moments. And in the meantime, it's back to Oshka and I. Oshka, this is our chance where we get to hang out and share a few thoughts and ask each other a few questions. One of the things that has really impressed me throughout the relationship with Startup India and Schulich and watching the Together competition is just how much additional support Startup India has organized and has available for not only these young entrepreneurs, but for young entrepreneurs across India. I'd love to hear you tell us a little bit more about some of those opportunities that are there and some of the things that these student entrepreneurs can look forward to.
Sure. Thanks for the question, Chris. A young budding entrepreneur may need, in terms of support, their needs are a little different from, let's say, what more mature founders would need throughout their journey. So, in fact, at such a young age and at such an early stage, you would rather call them a young innovator, as they've not even become entrepreneurs by then. So let's take a look at it, step by step. I believe that the first step is for young innovators, students to explore ideas and brainstorm. I think that serves as the most important base. A lot of students you would see, they are curious, they have a great problem-solving attitude, they want to explore and innovate, but they are a little confused as to, what exactly should they brainstorm upon. So for that, there's a wonderfully curated idea bank on the Startup India website that students can explore, and not just Indian students, of course. I think that can be explored by anybody. It essentially contains various problem statements that let's say are affecting the country or even the world at large. So it sort of gives a great platform for students to think of ideas to solve for such problem statements. There's also a learning and development program on the Startup India website. It's called the Startup India Learning Program. And it essentially covers various stages of a startup, right from ideation to when you are building prototypes, doing market research, etc., to, what are the things that you need to take care of when your products, let's say if you want to launch them in the market. So the entire journey is showcased in that learning and development program, and you get to know about the things that you may not even have thought about earlier, and it helps you sort of foresee what all you can already align in terms of the requirements of the journey. In addition to this, Startup India also hosts an entire bank of courses that are not developed by Startup India, but they're developed by various industry experts and corporates and academic institutions. So it essentially provides a university-like platform for students where they can learn about entrepreneurship, which is our end goal. Then, of course, thanks to partners like you, we have been recently been able to launch programs and initiatives that are very much focused on promoting entrepreneurship among students. So, Together initiative has really helped us a lot there. And we also conduct national level hackathons with academic institutes. And for these hackathons, we invite applications from young founders across the country, similar to how we do for Together. And again, these problem statements are quite innovative and impactful. So it pushes students to explore different ideas to solve for these challenges. In addition to this, of course, we also rely heavily on ecosystem stakeholders to come together and support entrepreneurs, and in particular student entrepreneurs. So we have various incubators in each state and union territory in India. So we also see a lot of incubators springing out of higher educational institutes. Like a lot of colleges and universities now have their own incubators, and that provides a one-stop platform for students to go to at any point of time. And these incubators also conduct various boot camps and mentorship sessions at these institutes, and they make an active effort to take in ideas of these students and convert them into either minimum viable products or even better, to actual startups. We've seen a lot of those success stories as well. Apart from this, I think, as I was saying, there are more and more stakeholders within the entire industry and ecosystem who are developing programs and initiatives that cater to a larger audience. So very recently, we also concluded the Google Startup School 2023 program. And that again, it was a series of virtual mentorship sessions by industry experts. And it was open to not just registered startups, but also any budding and aspiring entrepreneur. So it provided them a good platform to learn as well. So yeah, I hope that answers the question.
Awesome. Thanks for sharing all of that. There's a lot going on. It's exciting getting all your updates and hearing about everything that the team is doing. Okay, well, with that, we're going to welcome our judges back to the stage, and we'll also welcome our next team, Energize, which we'll be presenting. And we'll do the same thing. We'll get you set up for share screen. I'm going to ask for a quick confirmation in the chat that everybody can see the deck when it goes up. And then I will count you in. Reminder that you have the 8 minutes and then the 12 minutes for questions. And can I get a quick thumbs up or two in the chat from the students that we're good? Everybody can see. Judges, or thumbs up? Yeah, judges, thumbs up, we can see. Great. Okay, so Energize, we are going to count you in 3, 2, 1.
Pandemic has definitely helped us realize the importance of mental health. During 2020, both my grandparents were admitted in the same hospital for the COVID treatment. Unfortunately, my grandfather couldn't make it, and that incident put a very heavy toll upon us. To help ease out the stress and anxiety of my family members, they were given sleeping pills to help them fall asleep. But what I observed was that after a certain period of time, these pills, instead of helping you fall asleep, they actually disrupt your sleep cycle, further contributing to your anxiety. So that has got me wondering, what is that one solution that can help ease out your stress, but does not compromise your sleep quality? After months of research and validating the idea with experts, I have finally found the solution. Hello, everyone. My name is Shalmali, and I'm the co-founder at Energize. We are on a mission to empower people to live their best lives by helping them manage their stress and anxiety levels. Just a second, there's a glitch here.
Take a moment. Don't worry. I paused the timer so you can reshare the slides.
Yeah. Apologies for that. I'll just restart from where I left. So yes, at Energize, we are on a mission to empower people to live their best lives by helping them manage their stress and anxiety levels. Today, 80% of our workforce is stressed, and more than 60 million plus people in US and Canada are having trouble falling asleep. Globally, employers are incurring a loss of $400 billion annually due to decreased productivity because of these rising mental health issues. Now, this is just one part where stress is affecting our mental health, but it also affects our physical health on day-to-day basis. Lethargy, oversleeping, which leads to decreased productivity, mood swings and irregular periods amongst women. And not just that, it also aggravates to lifestyle diseases such as diabetes and hypertension. Unchecked symptoms and daily ignorance to stress levels can lead to worsening of our health. And to avoid that, we are building Energize. Energize is a safe and easy to use neurostimulation device that can help you ease out your stress, improve your sleep quality, all while being a non-invasive and safe to use solution. Now, our patent pending technology is NVNS, or non-invasive vagus nerve stimulation. Vagus nerve forms a part of your parasympathetic nervous system, which is responsible for the rest and recovery that your body needs. So when we are stimulating it via gentle electrical waveforms, we are activating the vagus nerve, which in turn gives you a profound feeling of calmness and relaxation. Now, our patch comes in the form of two components. One is an electrode patch and a detachable stimulation system. The way the user has to use this product is attach the patch to the main reader and apply it below its ear to take a stimulation of 5 minutes. We also provide an app which can be connected via Bluetooth to your main product. This will help you to track your stress levels and also see before and after results of your stimulation session. Now, we need a strong team of dedicated experts to lead this product. And this is the team that backs Energize. It is led by myself, handling the complete business development part. My co-founders, Dr. Siddharth Warrior and Mitanj Kurana, taking care of the complete clinical research and product development. Dr. Siddharth Bhargava, who is a business advisor, he is a Dr. Social Media influencer and co-founder at Fooddarshi. He guides us in the complete marketing and sales strategy. Mr. Tahir, who is guiding us in the complete manufacturing and distribution. On the medical front, we have Dr. Sameer Bhargava, who is an ENT surgeon. He helps us in increasing the efficiency of our technology, setting the protocols of our clinical studies. I am also joined by my amazing team of Schulich members, Ishita, Artem, and Amir. Now, under the guidance of Dr. Bhargava, our team conducted a 70-patient validation study where we are looking at various stress biomarkers. Now, after months of rigorous testing, we have found some promising results. A 5-minute stimulation session with Energize can improve your sleep quality by 50%, and it can reduce your stress levels by 41%. As we move forward, I'd like to share some user testimonials from our user study. Let me give you a brief about Mrigakshi. She's a software developer at Adobe and currently suffers from PCOD. So controlling her stress levels and having a proper sleep is very, very crucial for us. After using Energize for a month, she found out that it helped her relax her body, keeping her stress levels in control, and hence increase her focus in her work hours. Now let me come to the market opportunity. For this product, the global market opportunity is $95.6 billion, which is growing at a CAGR of 18.5%. India, which is our primary market, has a valuation of $4.3 billion. Now we are starting our beachhead market at Mumbai, and we are targeting young working professionals from the age 18 to 60 living in the metropolitan cities who are suffering from stress or anxiety disorder. Well, this is just a start. Going ahead, we will focus on other segments such as students, foster care responders, early mothers suffering from postpartum depression, etc. Now we understand that Energize definitely has some direct and indirect competitors. You have melatonin strips, as I had mentioned earlier in the pitch, which are sleeping pills, aromatherapy patches to help you sleep better. However, these strips and pills actually lose effectiveness over time. When we come to gadgets and wearable tech, there are Sensate and Cove headbands, which use the similar touch therapy. However, these companies themselves claim that you need to use their product for 30 days consistently to get the desired result. Energize, on the other hand, not only gives you instant relief from stress, improves your sleep quality, but provides a personalized solution catering to your stress levels. Moreover, its sleek form factor does not hamper your day-to-day activities. So it doesn't matter whether you're at your workplace or you're at your home or just waiting in line for your presentation. You can use Energize at any time of the day. Our business model is B2C, where we have total 3 packs. A starter pack costing $30. It consists of 2 replaceable patches and 1 stimulation system. Each patch will last you for 15 days. So similarly, we have quarterly or pack of $60 and an annual pack of $120. Now, for the go-to-market strategy, we have decided to go ahead with the Dr. Social Media influencer marketing. And keeping that strategy in mind, we have already a following of 2.5 million health-conscious users on our social media platform. We also have 400 plus doctors reached through our association with Neurological Society of India, which is going to help us a lot in our offline marketing. Now, the way we want to roll out this product is we have already received a 200 unit order from JGS Fitness Center. Once we have refined our product and launched in the market, we will go ahead with Dr. Social Media influencer marketing. And once we get an active user base of 30,000 users, we will go ahead with the strategic partnerships, which is B2B side. Here, I'm talking about health insurance companies, corporate wellness programs, which will play a crucial role while not only expanding in India, but in globally as well. So in the first year of commercialization, that is 2024, we are expecting 20,000 users, which will help us generate revenue of $1.2 million with a cap of almost only $10. Now, to reach this milestone, we are looking to raise $300,000 in manufacturing and commercialization, which will last us for 12 months. So far, we have raised funds of $150,000 from Contact, Thai University, and Startup India Seed Fund. So currently, we are doing beta testing, and we launch our product next year. Here, we will increase our outreach to 10 million users and onboard doctors for the offline marketing. In the third year, we'll do B2B partnerships and also apply for FDA and CE approval. Energize is not just a startup, it's a mission. We are here to build a world where mental health is universal and potential is limitless. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to present here today. And with that, I'm happy to answer your questions.
All right, thank you. Naaman, you're first up.
Great, Shamali, great presentation as well. You know, I'm a huge believer in sleep. I wear my Oura ring religiously, tracking my own sleep, and first thing I look at every morning. I'm not sure how stress is measured. Could you explain that? A measurement for stress. I don't think I've ever seen that, how you're measuring that when you're looking at, you know, how your product is successful and works. I saw some of your user trials, but how do you measure stress?
Right. So when we are measuring stress, we are basically looking at the main stress biomarkers. So one of the biomarkers that we used while we were testing, I'd like to emphasize on that. So here we are looking at heart rate variability, which is one of the biggest stress biomarker, galvanic skin response, which is basically skin conductivity. And we are also studying your brainwave analysis, which is alpha, beta, and gamma waves to understand what is your sleep quality. So we have this sensor technology, which works in the feedback loop system, because we understand that stress is a very relative thing. It is completely different for you, completely different for me. So we track these biomarkers and provide you stimulation based on your stress level.
Great, thank you.
Isha?
Great presentation, Shamli, and a great problem statement to go after. I could definitely use some more sleep. So just a quick thing on how exactly are you doing your beta testing and what all is required to bring this to market?
Right. So we are doing validation studies where we are doing it for 30 days. We are tracking these biomarkers by providing them a stress stimulant. And we are recording the readings and observing how long these effects last, right? So if we talk about the testings or approval slide, once we have refined our product and we launch in the market, we will have to take approval from the CDSU for a Class B medical device. And there are certain testings such as EMI, EMC, and biocompatibility tests. So once these testings are done, and we publish our results, we will go ahead with the mass manufacturing and then launch it into the market.
Got it. A related question. What do you think right now is going to be the biggest risk to your business?
Right. So if we consider the Indian market where we are targeting right now, post-pandemic, the mental health awareness is increased. So we understand that this is the right time to enter this market. And if I talk about the customers that we are targeting, now there are two sets. One set of customers are stressed and they understand they are stressed, but they are reluctant to seek help. They feel that the therapy sessions or medications are pretty expensive. Hence, they try to avoid it and ignore their stress. The other set of people are who are aware about their stress levels and actively looking out for solutions. So one hurdle or one challenge, I would see it as an opportunity to first create a brand awareness. When we started on ideating on the business model, we decided we want to go ahead with the B2C approach because we want to make this available for everybody. Hence, creating that market awareness is very, very important. And the B2C strategy through our doctor social media influencers is going to be a key part. So that is why we have started with the GTM through online awareness creating through our influencer marketing. Plus, on side by side, we are to make it much more effective, we are going through the doctor route as well. So to mitigate these challenges, we have taken this approach. And if we talk about product, yes, we will have to go through these regulatory cycles, which might be a time consuming. But for that, we have used the FDA predicate device. So GammaCore is a product that already exists in the market, which uses similar technology. So to reduce that regulatory hurdle, we have to provide equivalence to this product, which is much, much easier. And once this will help us to get the regulatory approval much faster and launch in the market.
Alexander.
You might have covered this. I might have missed it, but can you just dive in a little bit more into what exactly you mean when you say that the product stimulates? Like, what is the actual sort of actuator, and like how does the product actually interact with the users?
Right. Yeah, so the main technology is non-invasive vagus nerve stimulation. So after rigorous testing, we have improved our technology, which provides gentle nerve stimulation. So what we have done is we have identified the vagus nerve. We have understood the product placement, where you have to exactly place this product. This is where once you start the device, it will first understand the what are your stress levels, what are your heart rate variability, heart rate, etc. Our proprietary algorithm understands these readings and provides you stimulation of that particular intensity for exactly 5 minutes. Once your stress levels subsides, like your heart rate variability increases and your heart rate comes to a normal level, the stimulation system stops automatically. After that, after the end of stimulation, the user just have to remove the patch and keep it aside.
Well, are we talking about using like low levels of current? Like, what is the actual sort of actuator we're talking about? Okay. Thank you.
So the actuator is,
yeah, that was the thing I was a little bit unclear. Is this new technology based on existing science, or is it also like new science that you are actually developing as part of it?
Right. So there are existing results on the vagus nerve stimulation, and we have researched a bit on the clinical trials and clinical studies as well. So as I mentioned, GammaCore is a product that exists in the US market, which is a handheld device. However, when we were doing market research, and specifically for a market like India, where mental health is still growing, we decided to first innovate on the form factor, which is very, very crucial. Now, some people might not be comfortable for using a handheld device if they don't know how it will work, or attaching something to their forehead. So we decided to innovate on the form factor. And the second part is the feedback loop system. So everybody has different stress levels. It will be changing constantly. So without relying on just human data, we decided to go through the scientific way, where we actually measure your biomarkers and then provide stimulation based on that.
That's cool. Thank you.
Naaman, your second question.
Great. So B2C is always a challenging market, especially in this kind of tech environment from an investor standpoint. It was quite amazing to see, potential, cost a CAC of $10. Have you tested that out? I know you've got 2.5 million followers, you've got the doctor channels. but how confident have you actually gone out and spent money on marketing to validate that it is a $10 CAC?
Right. So this is the expected CAC. And because we have doctors on our team, we currently have 20 doctors on board for the influencer marketing. So which is why the marketing expense initially is very, very low. So that is how we got the cost of customer acquisition. As I had mentioned in my rollout and implementation plan, that we have a 203 unit order from GGS Fitness Center, which is based out of Mumbai. So here we are going to do some rigorous testing. We are going to provide them 200 units and observe the results. So this pilot testing will be crucial in determining that.
Great, thanks.
Isha, your second question?
Sure. Just a couple of quick questions. But before that, would love to get your Instagram handle. Very, very curious to see how you guys are doing the marketing to get 2 million plus. That's fantastic. So what's your Instagram handle?
Whatever following or whatever connections we have, it's through our doctor social media influencer. So Dr. Siddhant Bhargava, Dr. Sid Warrior, Dr. Agni are some of the doctor networks that we have. So combined, we have a following of 2.5 million health conscious users.
Got it. My second quick question. So just help me understand if I got this right. Your technology is the same as Gamma Core, but you're taking a patent on the form factor only. Is my understanding correct?
No. So Gamma Core uses vagus nerve stimulation, but it is for a different problem statement. Like it does target stress, but it's more focused on headaches, migraines, pain relief, etc. However, we have also studied the results for stress and anxiety, and we are more focused on using such a form factor. And the main patent is on a feedback loop system, the GSR-based mechanism that I had mentioned earlier.
Understood. Okay. Thank you.
Great. And Alexander?
At this sort of stage of the company, what are the things keeping you up at night? Like what are the biggest risks to sort of this phase of the company's development?
Right. So we are still, while our MVP is ready, we are geared up for the pre-order units at the GGS Fitness Center. So here we are working with AMTZ, our manufacturing partner, to get these units manufactured, then testing them. And one thing also we are very mindful about, that we are providing stimulation to your body, right? So the kind of materials we use, the stimulation intensity we provide. So all of these things are being tested, and we are improving on that. So we have taken care that the materials that we use do not lead to any skin allergies or skin irritation. These are biodegradable materials. How will be the packaging, etc. So we are like geared up to we are at the last step where just redefining and making some tweaks in our product. And obviously on the business side, I am continuously talking to customers, talking with B2B companies, understanding how the business model works, etc. So it's working parallel on both ways.
For sure. That's great.
Okay, awesome. Thank you, judges. Thanks for the great questions, and thank you to Energize. Hey, teams, one thing that I'd like to suggest is make sure that after you do your presentation, and we'll say this to Focus Flow as well too, definitely drop your contact information into the chat there. There's additional people, mentors, investors joining today. So make sure that information is there for everybody to connect to. And thanks to everyone who's been bringing the energy into the chat and encouraging. It's great to see everyone supporting each other and cheering each other on from the different teams and from the wider group of students as well too. All right, so judges, off you go, get scoring, and Ashka and I are back for our next bit.
Right. Chris, actually, I would like to take this opportunity to ask you about something that I was particularly curious about. So during our opening ceremony session on 23rd, we heard the York president, Rhonda Lenton, talk about a study program that York and Schulich are working on, where students will come to visit India. So that sounds very exciting, and I was wondering if you could tell us more about that.
Yeah, thanks for asking about that. It's really interesting is that the Together mission has been growing as a brand, growing as an idea, as a concept, as energy that's out in the world. And people at York University and Schulich have been really inspired to be watching it. We've had President Lenton, we've had the provost of the university, of course, the dean, the head of the MBA in India program at the time, Ashwin, come out and spend time with us. And in all those kinds of observations, different leaders at the university have been asking themselves, this is really good. What more could we do to make this available in new and different ways to other students? Now, this program in particular that everyone is involved with here today is, of course, focused on our MBA students, the master's level students. So people have asked the question, starting with the president and the international team at York University, what could we do for the undergraduate students, the BBAs at Schulich, but also students from across the wider university, students from healthcare, students from engineering, students from law, from Osgood. So as they've asked those questions, one of the ideas that came up was what would it look like if we did a summer study tour where we took somewhere in the neighborhood of 25, 30 undergrad students to India to experience India and experience the startup ecosystem there. And we have this relationship with other countries and different programs where this has been done by different schools, where you'll take a group of students and it's a great opportunity for them to learn not only about a particular ecosystem, business ecosystem, but also to really learn to appreciate the country as well for everything that it is. And so, myself having had my opportunity that I've talked about before with the class and the group to travel to India back in November 2019 and to visit with our Indian Advisory Council, that was my opportunity to meet with Mr. Ratan Tata, the chair emeritus of our advisory board. And it was a real eye-opener to me of the, as I've described it in the past, the incredible masterpiece painting that India is, and it's being painted right before our eyes. So I think this is a great opportunity for these young students and amazing young minds to visit India and to learn more about the country that we as York University and Schulich have such a special relationship with, but also the city of Toronto as well too, and Canada. So, what would that look like? That would look like the opportunity for students to apply from across the university and then to have their applications reviewed and vetted. We would pick a top 25, top 30 to go. Everyone's favorite, neighborhood Together mission program manager, Shrey Kumar Bhatnagar, would be like our key leader in terms of running the program and taking the students over. And also then I will recruit for an additional instructor to join the tour as well too. And I'll be looking for a female instructor to join Shrey, so that we have gender balance in terms of taking care of students' needs while they're traveling. So that's a process that we'll be working on. We'll be coming over on a mission to India beforehand to meet with different partners and plan this out. And for sure, we'll be looking forward to the opportunity to meet with you in person, Ashka, and the rest of the team and talk about this. We see Startup India as being a big partner in the program. Also organizations like T-Hub. There'd be a 3-city tour that would be happening. Of course, we're going to Hyderabad because our campus for the Schulich School of Business is there, and that's such an emerging tech sector for the country, but also Bangalore and Mumbai as well too, where we'd be visiting with local venture capital leaders, startup accelerators, and hopefully students from India, student founders, maybe getting together an opportunity where we bring a group of the past winners and champions from the Together mission to meet with and spend time with the students that we're bringing from Canada. Yeah, so that's what that's all about. It's going to be fun, and we'll have more updates and news on that in the year ahead. So thanks for asking that question. Hey, we'll bring the judges back to the stage now with that and get ready for our next pitch. And I'm going to call on Team Climac to come forward to the stage. I'll get my timer ready. Everyone's doing a good job. We're right on time today. And when you share your screen, we'll just get a quick. There we go. Yeah, you can share your presentation now. And once you're on full screen, right? I'll ask for a couple thumbs up in the chat or thumbs up from the judges if we're all seeing the presentation well. Okay, great. And Klimek, I will count you in now in 3, 2, 1.
Okay, hi everyone. My name is Indran Kannan. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Climate Labs. We are a climate tech company which is trying to fight climate change and revolutionize how people breathe indoors. I'm so sorry. Just can I? I'm so sorry about it. I think I have a wrong pitch deck. I'm so sorry about that. I mean, it just happens at times. But yeah.
No problem. I gave you, everyone gets a quick moment of pause, 10 seconds. There's a little leeway. You ready to go again?
Thank you so much. Yeah. So
okay.
Hi once again. Climate Labs, as I said, we are trying to revolutionize how people breathe indoors. Coming to the problem statement, we are trying to solve air pollution. In India itself, 96% of Indians breathe hazardous air, which reduces 7 to 14 years of their life, expected lifetime. And annually, 7 million lives are lost just due to air pollution, according to WHO. To put it in perspective, 6.7 million lives were lost due to COVID over a time span of 4 years. And we have a personal vendetta against it. One of those 7 million lives lost was one of our friends. When we were working on multi-robot system back in our second year, me and my co-founder, we lost one of our dear friends to air pollution. Her only mistake was that she was a citizen of Delhi, our nation capital, which is infamous for one of the most polluted air quality. We took it upon us. First of all, there was a hackathon that was coming around, and we took it upon us to find the best way to solve this problem. Not just purify air, but enrich it. You might think that this solution is already solved, and you couldn't be more wrong. There are a lot of air purifiers in the market. As we researched about it, we found out that all of them use a single layer-based filtration technology, maybe multiple layers in some cases, where they are basically using HEPA filters in combination with other layer-based filters. But what we do here is we enrich this air. We purify your air instead of just filtering it. To do that, we use microalgae. So every time you breathe in, 70 to 80% of oxygen that you take in, that is the building block of life, is actually made by microalgae and not by a tree or a plant. So we employ this microalgae to purify air for you inside your air purifier. In combination with this, we use a nanotech filter, which is completely biodegradable and is a direct replacement of HEPA filter. With our patent pending tech, we have been able to sustain this biotech filter, this is our USP, from 21 days to 4 to 6 months, depending on the place that you stay. So using our air purifier, it provides you with clean air. Further, it generates 22 trees worth of oxygen and removes 6 trees worth of carbon dioxide on a day-to-day basis for you. Coming to the team, which is building it, me and Atul have tried our best to bring the best team to build this product because we were really passionate about finding a solution. We are currently incubated at IIT Kanpur, SRM and AIC race. We both are really good robotics engineers, so we know our tech. We have been working with drone technology and multi-robot systems. Further, Atul has experience in bioprosthetics. We have an army of mentors who have been helping us build this. The cumulative experience of this mentors, our entire mentor panel comes to around 150 years, where they have completely spent their time on building the biotech component of it. Dr. Ambika HD, who is one of our famous mentors, and she runs her own algae consultant company in Brussels, Germany. Coming to the product, we have Aram Model T, Aram Model A, and Aram Go. These are the three products that we currently have. And Aram Model T is for large, bigger spaces. Aram Model A is for indoor office-like spaces, your cabins, where most of your employees are present. Then Aram Go, which is not only an aesthetic product, but also goes well in your car and in your cabins. Right now, we are trying to focus on Aram Model A and Aram Go. Coming to the achievements that we have, few achievements that we have, NASSCOM Spotlight Award and the Best Youth-led Changemaker Award from Josh Talk are the two awards that we have won right now. We have won multiple famous hackathons like Harvard University Best Sustainability Hack Award. Further, we are supported by Government of India through Newgen IDC funding, and we were also winners of National Innovation Contest. Through that, we got support from AICTE and Ministry of Education Innovation Cell. These are few of our happy and recurring customers. The last picture is of Atul in Expo. Atul is my co-founder, right? So coming to the traction, Model T, we have one order which is pending right now. We are in the process of building it. Model A and Aram Go, they both, we have run 2 paid prototypes of Model A and 30 paid prototypes of Aram Go. They both have, the Model T and Model A, both of them have the proprietary biotech solution embedded in it. And Aram Go, Model A, and Model T, all three of them have an AI-driven pollution forecast system. In basically on the basis of place where you keep this product, we are able to forecast when is the right time for you to change the filter, depending on the data that we achieve, we get from your surrounding. Coming to the revenue model, we have an upfront cost of $30 for Aram Go, $300 for Model A, and $2,000 for Model T. And you can see the margins that are there. We have 2 different revenue models that we serve with. One is the one which you see on the screen, that is upfront cost and the subscription cost. Subscription cost covers installation and maintenance, plus annual replacement of organic and HEPA filter. The other one that another revenue model that we serve is basically clean air as a service, in which we rent out a product that is applicable for Model A and Model T, rent it out to different businesses for specific months of the year where they really require these air purifiers. They use it and then they give it back to us. Coming to our target market, we would be taking our mission first to co-working spaces and IT offices, specifically to these places because they understand the need of clean air and they understand how productivity gets affected by clean air. Also, we have a lot of research-backed data which shows that in presence of polluted air or in presence of high amount of carbon dioxide, the people working in those places, their cognitive and creative ability takes a hit by 30%, and their overall decision-making ability takes a dip as well. That's why we have a clear need in co-working spaces and IT offices. After these 2 avenues, we would like to go next to where our children spend the most amount of time, that is the educational institutes. Then coming to the competitive advantage, I think I have very well covered that how we are different out there. But still, we are the only air purifier out there with the carbon capturing technology, which is able to generate oxygen at the same time. We have a biodegradable nano filter, which is again patented and is a direct replacement of HEPA filter, which is the industry standard right now. And over a runtime of 10 years, we are the most economical product in the market. Further, we already have 2 design patents that are granted, 1 utility patent that is filed. All these patents are going to help us thrive our business in the near future as well. Coming to the market size, even though we are a mission-driven company, we do understand that there's a big market present here. There's a $24 billion global air purifier and carbon capture market. Global air purifier market value at $15 billion alone. And this is growing at 34.6% CAGR because the pollution in our global metro cities are not coming down. Current Indian market of air purifiers stands at $150 million. And this constitutes of just the metro cities. We are not counting the tier 1 and tier 2 cities here.
And
so,
with that, we're at time, and I gave you a little extra leeway. One of the things that, of course, you can always do is you can pull up slides when you're giving answers and try and weave them into the judges' questions, but I have to bring you to an end at that point in time. Naaman, first question to you.
Yeah, great presentation. You had me, I was very intrigued right off the bat with, improve your breathing indoors, and a little educational for me on the microalgae and the amount of oxygen it produces. Just proving the science and how it works. I don't really see that in slides. Like, what does it improve in the air that improves the air quality? And there are scientific studies that if you improve the air quality by whatever, reducing what's in there or improving the oxygen in there, that it results in longer life or better health. I didn't see any data on exactly what the filter does and then how that correlates to science for long-term health.
Right. So basically, right now, when we speak about carbon dioxide rich environment, we are trying to target the productivity perspective of it. We have a lot of research back data which says that clean air extends lifetime. And we have a lot of research which says that employees working in carbon dioxide rich environment show a dip in their productivity, which can go up to 30-31%. So our product specifically is trying to sell productivity plus extended lifetime. So that is the uniqueness of these air purifiers compared to other, apart from the fact that this is a direct air carbon capture tech and people are taking a step in the right direction, fighting against climate change. That is a different, separate thing altogether.
Great, thank you.
Isha, first question for you.
Sure, I had actually a related question. Great presentation, by the way. So, well, I understand that you're building this proprietary biotech solution. It has carbon dioxide capturing, it generates oxygen at the same time. But what is the so what for the end user, right? Like, why use Climate Labs purifier versus, let's say, anything available in the market? How are you translating that very crisply in one sentence to your buyers?
Right. So when it comes to the sales pitch, the so what is basically productivity for us, because that's why our low-hanging fruits are people who care about productivity from their employees.
But how do you sort of like quantify that, and why? Like, what I want to understand is, let's say, versus using any other air purifiers that are available in the market, they could also make the claim of better air leads to better productivity, right? Since you have developed this clearly superior, seemingly superior solution, what is the exact specific benefit which would be sort of like a powerful way of landing the point?
That would be carbon capture. I mean, there is no other air purifier right now in the market which can do carbon capture and remove all these harmful gases from the environment. When we speak about air purifying air, clean air does not always lead to better productivity. Clean air leads to longer lifetime, but like excess amount of carbon dioxide in clean air can still lead to a lower productivity. So when we are pitching to our customers, our sales pitch definitely entails more about productivity, because that's what makes us unique and stand out compared to other air purifiers out there.
Thank you. Alexander?
Yeah, great pitch. I kind of immediately bought your value proposition about productivity, because I've been seeing a lot of studies that have been coming out in the US and the UK about this, or following COVID and companies installing air purifiers and the impact on productivity. I guess I wonder I have a lot of related questions to what have already been asked, but it's really just more about thinking about how you position yourself. I guess the main question I have is, why do you, relatively speaking, early in the game already have 3 different models out in the market? Because it seems like it adds a lot of logistical challenges and cost controls and so on and so forth.
Yeah, so like if you focus on our roadmap, initially we are just focusing on Go and Model A, like I mentioned earlier. Like the other product, we have not even started building it yet. Model T, that is a work that we want to do parallelly. Model A and Go is what we are focusing on right now. Go is more of a simple aesthetic product with which we want to start a revenue stream through which we will be able to sustain ourselves And that's why Aram Go is there, because Aram Go is economical. It's just 2,500 rupees. And that's very economical from a Indian customer's perspective. So it's easier to sell. And it would help us set a revenue stream for us, which could be reinvested to build a Aram Model A, I'm sorry.
Okay, Naiman, back to you.
Great, excellent. Famous statement saying investing hardware is hard at times. How have you chosen your manufacturing partner to ensure that you're going to be able to scale? You've got that wait list. I saw 7,000 with one of your products. How are you trying to de-risk something like this when you're probably using a third party to build this, I assume?
Yes, so that's a very good question. So initially we thought of actually getting things done from China, but like the electronics part at least. But later down the line, we realized that import, export, and everything does not go so well hand in hand. So we finally figured out manufacturers right in India who are offering it at a cost which is close to unbelievable, and we have been able to undercut our competition by building these products in-house. So currently the products which you saw, all of them are 3D printed, and hence completely a zero waste producing company. It's biodegradable over like a time span of 6 to 8 years. And yeah, like right now, till we reach a number of 500 to 600 batch size, we would be doing it. We would be using the research facility in our college and the ones that we own ourselves to make those units. But later down the line, we have a very good supply chain in place, which is helping us scale up. Speaking about the biotech filter, we are really good in that front because we grow microalgae in-house, and we have a capacity of growing around 2,500 liters of microalgae every 20 days. So we are really good in that front. But speaking about the electronic side, we are doing the electronics assembly through multiple vendors based out of Gujarat. And then the final assembly of the product happens in-house.
All right, thank you.
Isha.
Indiran, one more question on the product side. This actually sounds too good to be true. It's quite innovative. So, to organic air purifier, are there any downsides? Like when you talk about using algae, does this mean, let's say, how many times do you have to maintain it, replace it?
Yeah.
Since you're producing oxygen, does it require more electricity consumption? So what, if any, what are the downsides of this tech?
So the electricity consumption part, it consumes the same electricity as any other air purifier out there. It consumes around 40 watts. But speaking about the replacement of filters, it can vary. So that is one of the things that will depend on the place that you stay. The filter might have to be changed once every 4 to 6 months. However, the nanotech filter and the HEPA filter, they would be the same. So they would have to be changed only once a year. So there's no issue in that front. But the microalgae filter might have to be changed once in 4 months or once in 6 months, depending on the place that you stay, because wherever you stay, the temperature will vary. And depending on that, the lifetime of microalgae will change.
Got it. And this is your subscription model where you go and replace the filters.
Yes. There's a subscription model. Also, like I said, like we are trying to rent out the product to people, because in India, like you say, like the last 4 to 5 months of the year are the time when the pollution goes high. Like right now, if you open the newspaper, I'm sure there's an article about air pollution out there. So these are the times when people really go out and buy air purifier. So we are happy to rent this product out as well, and let people test the product and see for themselves how it works.
Just one small quick question. Do you have any current traction? Have you spoken to any clients and managed to sell this?
Yes. So we have run 2 paid prototypes, one in Zoho and one in SRM itself. And 30, again, Aram Go, the smaller one, we have run 30 paid prototypes where we have given it out to families, not friends and family, but like families who are based out of different cities, metro cities in India. So we have traction for 2 of our products. The third product, the bigger one, we are still building it. We do not have any traction as of yet.
Alexander.
I guess, and it's kind of related to one of the prior questions, which is why is or I guess it's two-part technically. Is anybody else using algae, and if not, why?
So a lot of people are there out purifying air with microalgae, capturing carbon dioxide with microalgae, but nobody who is using the combination of two different filters and trying to filter air and give a more superior kind of air quality. Nobody's trying to do it indoors. People are trying to do it more in a larger scale and outdoors. There are companies who are trying to decarbonize steel plants, steel manufacturing using microalgae. So the possibility of decarbonizing using microalgae is huge. We are trying to do it at a much smaller scale and trying to implement it indoor and focusing on the benefits that people would get while using such a product. And parallelly,
so you're taking a technology that has been applied in large industrial context and scaling it down for smaller use settings. Okay.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Okay, thank you, judges. We'll give you your time now to go do your scoring. Thank you, team. And reminder to all the teams, great idea to drop your information in the chat as well, too, after your presentation. Let's keep those comments coming from the class and the rest of the students of encouragement for everybody's presentations. And you see something that you like, let them know about it. Ashka, back to you and I. What's up next?
So, I was actually just thinking about the larger impact of the program of Together mission. And, because after hearing these pitches, you sort of really have to reflect on the potential impact that the program may be creating. And when I'm trying to look back at it, it has been immense in so many ways. And the fact that it has been happening for 4 editions now is a huge thing in itself, right? And it has established itself as one of these key initiators for student entrepreneurs, and it gives something to the students to look forward to and aspire for. And even if you take a look at these different speakers and judges and mentors who have been a part of the program till now, essentially what the program is doing is it's bringing in all these amazing, talented people together and getting them all to become a part of the Together mission, even in the long run. And more importantly, it's something that we've seen on ground, is that even the students feel really inspired when they see this, and they are motivated to apply for Together program and other such programs where they can leverage the expertise of such people. So that is extremely inspiring. And I was also thinking about some of the maybe those outcomes that may be a little indirect, something that we cannot probably capture in very quantified terms right away. But that is also something to be looked at. It's basically the path to which the Together mission is pushing the students to innovate in. So even when we look at Together 4.0, the theme is sustainability, self-reliability, and social purpose. So I guess that kind of says it all, right? We're trying to get students to innovate for social purpose. And you never know, you may see winners and finalists of the program going ahead in the future and solving for problem statements across areas at a much larger level. And that can be across, environment, healthcare, agriculture, fintech, which are only, again, some of the sectors that are in focus for the program. So it's incredibly inspiring. What do you think about that, Chris? Would like to know.
Yeah, one of the things that is happening right now behind the scenes, really happy to give a shout out to one of our Schulich MBA volunteers, member of the current Toronto class in the course. Amir is working on going and tracking down all the past starting with all the past finalist participants, and going to be profiling and documenting their impact that they've had over the last 3 years. And he'll be doing that with this group as well, too, this top 6. And then after, we'll see how much time he has to get through that, because that enough is a big set of companies to go through, 4 times 4 years times the 6 companies. But then after that, he'll be working on, or we'll hand off to another student in the next term, going and looking at all of the participants who made it to the top 17, 20, whatever it was in that particular year, and looking at where those companies went. And then we're going to go and look deeper after that and look at all the participants and try and track, like, did they go on and start other businesses, even if they weren't the ones that were there at the time? Because we've certainly seen that inside the Schulich Startups program, inside the Schulich Startup Night competition as well, too. There's many people who apply, have opening concepts, and then go on to do something like completely different. But the things that they learned in those moments have been fundamental. I'm also really hoping, as the India and Toronto classes know, because they've heard me talk about this, I'm really hoping, and I believe in my heart, that there are a couple really amazing entrepreneurs in those groups within the Schulich cohort that have also been learning and experiencing this and being part of these teams over the last week. And I think we're going to see a number of them go out either within their graduating year or soon enough within their professional career, making impactful businesses as well too. So all of those are really exciting outcomes to me, for sure. Yeah, well, that was fun. Thanks for checking in on that, and we'll keep building. I'm curious as we go along, where together point what we'll be at some point. When we started the Schulich Startup Night, we thought, well, this is fun. We'll do something cool, and we're about to have next spring Schulich Startup Night 19. Soon we'll be at 20, right? So who knows? Maybe we'll be at Together Mission 20.0 one day down the line, and
Absolutely.
hopefully you and I will still be like part of it and doing cool
Hopefully.
things. That's my plan. Okay, let's bring the judges back to stage now, and we'll get ready for our fourth presentation. We'll welcome Dream Aerospace to the stage. And you can go ahead and share your screen there.
Yeah. So
there you
hope
go.
my screen is visible,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, give me a couple thumbs up there, or judges, you can give me like, there we go. And organizing team, we need to bring Naaman back to the stage. We need to bring Alexander back to the stage as well too. And if I can get a thumbs up from judges, that we're good with seeing. Okay, I'm going to count you in, Dream Aerospace, in 3, 2, 1.
Hi everyone, Namaste. I am Hari Krishnan, co-founder and CEO of Dream Aerospace. Myself and my co-founder have completed B.Tech in Aerospace Engineering from Hindustan University. We have been working on the satellites and rocket for past 5 years and have received few awards from India Book of Record, URF World Record for few of our projects. We have published few research articles on rocket propulsion. We are also very fortunate enough to get associated with industry experts like Dr. A. Pillai sir, who is a Padma Shri awardee and founder of BrahMos Aerospace, and also Dr. Venkatakrishnan sir, a distinguished scientist in Indian Space Program. Upon working on the satellites and rockets, we have understood that around 2,500 satellites have been launched in 2022. This includes satellites for various purposes like navigation, weather forecasting, communication, etc. The problem which we have identified in the industry is these satellites actually uses traditional hydrazine-based propellant which has been developed decades ago. Also, these propellants are very toxic and hazardous for human health. They actually pollute the upper reaches of the atmosphere, and these gases actually remains there for a very long term. They are not suitable for future space missions which we are planning, and also they does not satisfy United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. The opportunity which we found here is the space sector is getting crowded with many new players, and it is anticipated that the global space economy will reach 1 trillion USD by 2040. Also, there are more government initiatives for increasing the private sector participation in the space activity. Having understood the problem and opportunity, we have performed a market analysis and found that traditional propellant is efficient but not sustainable. Whereas the other companies, though producing a sustainable product, but they have their own setback in terms of efficiency. We have also spoke with many satellite manufacturers in the segment and also understood that there is a requirement for a propulsion system which is sustainable, very much efficient, durable, and versatile with the possibility of customization, and also it should be cost efficient. After this analysis, we found that there is a clear gap in the market, and this led to the innovation of our very own proprietary propellant, which is RH521. It was actually developed in partnership with IIT Kanpur, and it is a green propellant unlike other traditional propellant. It actually delivers 55% higher performance and also very versatile. That is, it will not freeze until minus 80 degrees Celsius, whereas the current alternative will freeze at minus 2 degrees Celsius itself. Thus, it actually requires thermal system which adds obvious weight. Also, we have been working on the catalyst and injectors, which are very crucial for thruster development, and perform necessary analysis and tests which are shown in the figures here. The section B clearly emphasizes how our catalyst, which we have been working on, the catalyst is very much for the propellant and it is withstanding more than 50 plus injection, whereas the current catalyst, which is there in the market, is breaking down after 50 injections. So this clearly confirms that our product can survive for a longer period of time than the existing solution. Now, having worked on this propellant and catalyst, presenting you our Atom engine, which uses our game-changing proprietary propellant and catalyst. It can be used for a wide range of CubeSat ranging from 1U to 26U, and the thruster actually comes as a plug-and-play system in which a satellite manufacturer can get the propulsion system, plug it to their satellite, use it. It is going to be as simple as that. Now, coming to our value proposition, our thruster can be customizable according to the mission requirement. The entire propulsion system is more agile when compared with electric propulsion system, and also it has considerable performance, and it is very much green, thus satisfying UN's SDG goals, and also it is very much cost effective. The infrastructural cost which is required for the propellant is very much less when compared with the competition. Now, coming to the market segment, the total addressable market for this particular product alone is 1 billion USD with a service addressable market of around $15 million. Our pricing will start from $200K, and the entire business model is B2B and B2G, where government agencies and private satellite manufacturers can become a potential customer. We are actually speaking on with these private satellite manufacturers who can become our potential customers to get an MOU with, so that we'll get their inputs throughout the product development progress, and will develop the product according to their requirement. Also, we are talking terms with these satellite manufacturers for using our thruster in their test satellite, which they will be launching for our flight proving purpose. Now, coming to the product roadmap of Atom, at 2021, we were in the technology readiness level of 1, which is basically basic technology research development. And currently, we are in a technology readiness level of 4, where lab validation is done. We expect that Atom qualification and first flight test will be done by 2025 and reaching us or taking us to the stage of technology readiness level 8, and ultimately providing a complete propulsion solution for CubeSat as CubeHood. We also anticipate that our orders starting, we'll be starting accepting the orders by 2025. Now, coming to our vision, as a 3-year plan, we want to provide a propulsion solution for CubeSat, and 5 years from now, we want to provide a complete in-space propulsion solution. And as a 10-year goal, we want to provide a propulsion solution for rockets and space plane as well. For this purpose, we have identified few potential products that we will add in our product list in future to expand our business. Coming to the team segment, we have a very dynamic technical team and technical advisors who are from prestigious Institute of India. We also had an opportunity with working on with Together 4.0 team who are very hardworking, and we are also fortunate to get supporting from mentors who have helped us a lot throughout the cohort. We are incubated at SIIC, IIT Kanpur, and iHub Gujarat. We were one of the top 7 finalists from the pool of 1,500 startups worldwide, and represented India for Saja's Advanced Industry Accelerator program. We want 30 lakhs grant, that is $45,000 grant from various government program and initiatives. We have also received a LOR from BrahMos Aerospace, a company under DRDO, and an expression of interest on our company from Space Aura Private Limited. So coming to the fund ask and utilization, we require a $250K to develop our MVP, and this will be giving us a runway till early 2025. If we win this competition, the grant money will be utilized for our test purpose, which is our second full-scale prototype test. And as last, I wanted to conclude that many fishermen, farmers, common people are getting benefited from this satellite, and we are here to make the satellite reach next level innovation at very affordable cost. Thank you so much, and open for the question.
Okay, thank you. Right on time. And Naaman, you're up first.
Great, thanks, Hari Krishnan. I always find space tech really interesting. Seems like you've got great founder market fit with your co-founder, been in aerospace. I think for me, just the one thing, if I could ask you to explain, I got a little confused. I thought we're starting off with almost environmentally friendly, all these toxic stuff in the atmosphere, then went into the thruster and the atom. Could you kind of just explain simply, here's existing state, here's the problem we're going to solve in like one or two sentences with our solution? I kind of got lost a little bit there from the environmental through the thruster.
Okay. So the problem here in the industry is it is very toxic, the propellants are, and the scientists who are working on with this propellant has to wear a lot of equipments, and they are actually feeling it very difficult to work on with these very toxic propellant, which are very carcinogenic. So that is the problem which we have identified. And also, according to many nations, they are actually banning the use of these toxic propellant, like Europe have banned the use of this hydrogen-based propellants. So that is also a market opportunity which we found. So based on these two, we have come up with our own sustainable product, which is green, non-toxic, and also very much efficient than the existing current technology. Yeah, simple words.
Great, thank you.
This is very fascinating, Hari, and very good job with the pitch. I had a slightly overlapping question with Naman as well. Would love to actually double click a little bit more on how did you identify this problem statement to begin with, right? Considering this current propellant and thruster system is something that is being used since a long time, how and why do you think it's a pressing and urgent problem with the launch companies or bodies like ISRO to change now? Okay. Is it good to have? Is it something that it's an active solution they're looking at? Just help me understand how did you identify this problem statement?
Very good question, actually. So coming to your answering to your question, so we had an opportunity to have a very great advisory team who have worked in this space program, and actually according to their inputs, and not only them, we also had an opportunity with Chairman sir and also many of other ISRO people who are actually working on this satellite technology. And me myself have also worked in the satellite technology, and I have developed the latest microsatellite balloon set for the mission also. So we understood that this propellant is very much toxic, and working on with this propellant is very much difficult. And the second problem is, now we are emphasizing on human missions. We wanted to send humans for very big missions, and the thruster aspect which we will be working on should not be toxic. So, for example, the Gaganyaan mission of India, we are very much sure that India should not use the toxic propellant for Gaganyaan space program, and instead what they are using is, for a green alternative, they are going with an hydrogen peroxide based propulsion system, which is very low efficiency. So which has a very low efficiency, and this is the exact, like, since we were working on that domain previously, we got an opportunity to find out the problem by ourselves, and we actually wanted to change the problem. So that is how it actually started.
Thank you. Alexander.
Yeah, this is it, not being a literal rocket scientist, it's a lot of questions that I don't know how to ask. But I guess one thing I am curious about, if you could just specify where exactly you're at in the sort of development and commercialization process. In particular, do we know that the all of the required fundamental science actually works, or are there still some, unknowns there to be sorted out?
So currently all the lab validations have been done, and now we are putting all like individual subsystem has been carried out. The test has been carried out in lab. And now what we are actually doing is we are putting out all the system and doing a complete propulsion test. So once if that is qualified, then we will be reaching out for the further advancement in this. So we have also identified typical problems which we will face, like the thermal problem of the catalyst breaking and those stuffs. And these problems, since we had an experience on working on these systems, these problems we have already listed out and we have found a solution. So one of the solution is the catalyst which we have developed. So currently, to be precise on your question, we are in a TRL of 4, so which means that all the lab validation is done, and only thing is we have to incorporate all the subsystem, test it, and flight prove it. So this is what is pending currently.
Okay.
Naaman, your second question.
Yeah, similar question. A lot of these deep technology, they take a time. You can see your Atom won't be completed until 2025. We've invested at Antler Canada in a food tech that won't get FDA approval for 2.5 years, but they start getting customers to help, show runway so you can get investment to last till 2025. How are you doing on the customer development? Who are your customers here? Can you start, have you gotten pre-orders, like when you build this, Atom system that you'll have sales? Have you started that process yet? If not, when are you starting it?
Sure. A very good question, and I really wanted to answer this. So the problem here is we generally understand that it is actually only for the government, but now what we have identified is it is not only for the government agencies, but also for the satellite companies who are emerging up. So we had an opportunity, and we actually spoke with many startups like Pixels, Dhruva Aerospace, those companies who are actually working on this segment. And we have found that the technology is currently being imported from Netherlands, and that too with lesser specific impulse. So we clearly had a talk with these potential customers, and our actual aim of the potential customer is not only the government organization, but also the private CubeSat market industries. And also currently government have actually listed out like in their IDEX whatever requirement is there. So this problem was actually listed in there, and government is actually ready to get the product if at all if it is developed. So this is also is one of our very much exciting point, so that since on the current working stage we are actually getting many more validation from government side also. So that's the answer.
Great, thank you.
Isha, over to you.
I have no further questions. Thanks, Chris. Thanks, Hari.
Thank you so much.
Alexander, would you have you been rapidly building your rocket science question base in the background?
No, I'm gonna stick to what I know. Yeah, you guys have a really solid team, obviously, on sort of the expertise level. Is there, I don't know if I missed it, but can you double click on if there's any experience specifically operating and selling into this industry? Because given, as has been mentioned, it's not a straightforward sales cycle where you can go knock on doors in sort of a conventional way. It requires a lot of specialized sort of know-how. Have you guys got that on the team? And if not, or not enough, in your opinion, then what are your thoughts on how to sort of beef that up?
So we have got the team to get us to these the team mentors and professors who are working on. So to get us to these customers and actually speak with them to build the product so that they can easily grab the product once if it is market ready. But we will still need to incorporate many business people. So we will be doing that. So though we are very much inclined towards the technical side, the business aspect also we have figured out currently at what stage we are, but still even more business aspect we have to work on, and that will be doing it with the right team by hiring peoples. So that also will be doing it in few years, like next year possibly. So once we are in a TRL of 5 and 6.
Cool. Thank you.
Yeah.
We're at the 8-minute mark, so we have a little bit more flexibility. Naaman, do you want a bonus question?
Sure, yeah, and maybe kind of talk about the technology side. Is this something that you can patent, on the thruster here, the atom? What makes it really unique to what is out there in the market as well?
Sure. So the propellant which we have made, the composition of the propellant which we have made, we are going to file a patent on that. And sorry if I have missed that point. So the propellant which we have made is a proprietary propellant, and now we are planning to do a patent on that also. And the catalyst which we have made, still more revisions will be doing on to that, and then we will be patenting the catalyst for the propellant also. So the propellant what we have developed will be used on the technology, that is the atom technology. And for that, the design patent also will be doing. So there are 3 patents which is in pipeline. So one is for the propellant, one is for the catalyst, and the design patent for the atom entire propulsion system, which we will be incorporating these 2, propellant and catalyst.
Great, thank you.
Okay, thank you. And with that, judges, we will send you for your note-taking and calculations. Thank you to the team. And Ashka, back to you and I.
Thank you so much.
Ashka, what would you like to talk about next? Do you have another question?
Yes. There have been a few things that I, wanted to ask you about, and they are again very closely related to the larger theme of the program that we're a part of today. So, Chris, Schulich has been in the news lately with some very important announcements in this space, and the dean has created MBA in technology leadership. You've created a venture studio and now a venture academy. So would you like to tell us more about it?
Yeah, thanks for asking about that. Well, it's a really exciting time right now at Schulich. Dean Zwick has brought in a level of openness to new ideas, big ideas, bold ideas, and a support system to move rapidly in these things. What's been really exciting as well is that he's very much like an online and connected dean, right? So we have a long history of deans who had impacts in very different ways and built amazing things. This dean, because he is so digitally connected, I can text him in the middle of the day and say, I'm like standing in a room, I have an opportunity, I've just met someone. I'm gonna instigate a program that does XYZ. And he'll message me right back and be like, great, go for it. Let's take next steps. And that is just like unlocked an ability to move in real time that is very different than you see from most business schools or academic institutions. Certainly there's like governance and there's a diligence to like building out the ideas and working with the entire faculty. But in terms of that, like, go for it, let's have that conversation, let's see where that leads. There's a lot of flexibility to do that type of thing. And he's come with many of his own ideas as well, too. So, for example, he and some of the senior leaders came up with the concept that we would create a new MBA, an additional MBA, this one in technology leadership. And so that launched just this past September. And the first cohort for that is just 14 students that are in it. So it's been really amazing to meet them and to watch what's happening. And they're, designing some interesting new things that as you see them get built, they're now starting to filter into the mindset and the philosophy of the other degrees that we offer, such as the MBA that many of these students are in here. With the venture studio, I'm really excited about that because as part of that, what's going to happen is that I'll be working with 3 really fantastic practitioner instructors, meaning like non-PhD instructor professors that have been recruited. And so the 3 of them are Jack Fraser, who's a partner who runs the growth fund for the Business Development Bank of Canada, has seen every level of company and business and invested in it along the way. He's a Schulich alumni. And then Matthew Lombardi, who is the director of program support for TELUS Ventures, the largest social impact fund in the country. And he'll be coming in and looking at like an ecosystem perspective and his network relationships in the venture space, and his insights there are incredible. And then lastly, we have the head of product for the POS system for Square in Canada, and he'll be coming in and looking at everything from a product perspective. So what are we doing in terms of those instructors coming together with those students? Well, we're bringing in companies in the local ecosystem that are right on the verge of raising their Series A, or raising, if they have a large, like kind of like seed round that they're doing. We're bringing them into the lab and basically using it as a diagnostic opportunity where we bring in the company, we review the whole company to assess its preparedness to raise that round. And so they not only get the students who have been trained working through that process with them, but then they also get those 3 instructors that I just talked about looking at the business along with the students. And then there'll be some mentors working in the program as well from the venture space. So what we're really excited about is then drawing this next set of emerging companies from within the ecosystem that'll be in relationship with us and we'll be looking at together. The Venture Academy is also something that's a lot of fun, and this is directed towards our alumni, our students after they graduate, if they're looking to really accelerate their careers into the venture space. We've created 4 fundamental opening courses. They're continuing education, executive education courses. One is in venture capital, one is in venture finance, one is in venture talent, and one is in venture operations. And with each of those 4 courses, we've recruited very senior people from the industry to come in and teach them. We've helped them to create the courses, and we're helping to run them. They're fully online, and there'll be small cohorts, like 20 students maximum in the cohort, working with those students. So for example, one of the people who we saw earlier at the opening ceremonies, Prashant Mehta, will be from Panache Ventures, will be teaching venture capital. Or Lean Lee, the former CFO of Wealthsimple, one of our unicorn companies in Canada, will be teaching venture finance. So it's people that are at the top of their game, taking the continuing education students through that process. Well, thanks for asking about those things. It's a lot of fun times and good stuff going on right now. And all I can promise you is that get ready for more announcements, because the next year is going to have even more exciting things that are taking place.
That has been incredibly inspiring to know. And it seems like, you guys are creating some kind of support and program for, let's say, founder students at every stage. So that's great.
Thanks for that. Okay, with that, we'll bring the judges back to the stage and we will get ready for our 5th presentation. So let's bring them back online, back to the stage there. Here they come. And our next presentation will be Project X.
Am I audible, guys? Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you. We'll get you on the stage.
So I'll just quickly share my screen.
Yeah, thank you.
Is that visible, everyone?
So have a thumbs up from the judges there. Yeah, looks like you're good. And I will count you in 3, 2, 1.
So hello, everyone. Hello, Chris. Hello, distinguished judges and fellow innovators. My name is Ronak, and I'm the founder and CEO of ProjectX.Cloud. And in the next few minutes, I'll show you how the future of computing looks like. So Project X is a company which is building the first of its kind cloud-based operating system that envisions to end hardware dependency across all devices and make computing truly limitless. And our mission is to level the playing field for all students by giving them the highest amount of computing power, and at the same time by reducing the IT costs for the universities. So to quantify the problem, I want to share that more than 50 million students in India don't have enough computing power to, be productive and creative. And at the same time, the universities, even after spending more than 20% of the corpus, could not give, the high, the best quality of IT infrastructure to the students, because the IT infrastructure has more than 20% of depreciation rate. Moving forward, so we are building a cloud-based OS where every application runs independently, unlike a normal virtual machine, and is totally hardware independent and could be accessed from the web. So for the students could access our OS from any of their devices, be it the computer lab's computer or the computer at their home or from their tablet or their smart TV. This will enhance their creativity and productivity. And for the institutions, it will reduce their infrastructure cost by 40% or more. They'll have a centralized management system from where they could actually administer their IT. And with this, they could also future-proof their IT infrastructure for the next decade or so. This is a quick demo of how Infinity OS works. So this is a prototype that's running on the web, and I'll show how Chrome is running independently as a microservice on the web. You could see that this Chrome is running on the web, and it has very, very less latency. And I've tested this in a very rural part of India in my mobile internet in a very old PC. You can see that it has a very smooth experience over here. And like this, the students can run the heaviest of the applications no matter which device they're using. And this is how it basically works. So why this is the right time to build a solution like this, right? So we all know that how our lives went digital after the pandemic, and right now more than 52% of the Indians have high-speed internet connectivity, and India is projected to have more than 700 million 5G users by 2027. And there are also several government policies that are supporting our cause at this moment. And also, you might be shocked to know that India is the 5th largest e-waste producer in the world. I'll come to this point next. So as I said that India is the 5th largest e-waste producer in the world, there is a very big reason behind this. All the Indian colleges and universities actually replace their IT infrastructure every 3 to 5 years. And this, creates this scenario actually. So we are increasing the hardware lifespan of all these devices, ending the need for the frequent hardware upgrades and reducing the e-waste. Moving forward, there are more than 20 million economically weaker section, like students from economically weaker section who enroll into Indian colleges. So for them, we are giving them an opportunity to, use the high-end computing at any of their devices and empowering their future. So this is the most interesting part. So as I said, that our biggest USP is that we are a full-fledged operating system that operates on the cloud. So we have a couple of companies who are in the virtualization space. Like none of them are in the education space actually directly, but there is Citrix, which has a very complex deployment process and is very costly. And there is Chasm, which focuses towards only secured browsing, not on computing, and they are more on the enterprise sector. And then there is Chrome OS, which we all know that Chrome OS could not run the modern heavy applications. So this is the competitor landscape more or less. Moving forward, the market size, there are like more than 45,000 high school colleges and universities in India. Like my bad, only colleges and universities, more than 45,000 in India, where 40 million students enroll annually. And we are targeting only the engineering institutes at this point of time, because engineers are the ones who need this the most. And even though, even the number of engineers are more than 4 million, more than 4 million engineers enroll into colleges every year. And we are planning to capture 5% of those engineering market. And our revenue model is that we charge the institutions for every student. Our average subscription cost will be 1,000 rupees. So this is the roadmap and projection, where in the first and second year, like from the next year, we'll start the pilot test. We already have LOIs from many big universities in India. So we'll test with at least 15 institutes by next year. And we plan to have, more than 300K users by year 4. And then after that, we will diversify into other verticals like, other courses and all. So this is only for the engineering student market in India. So In the last couple of months, we have received tremendous support from the startup ecosystem from around the world. We have been awarded many grants from the government of India. We have been selected for many prestigious and selective accelerator programs in India and have been recognized by all the top engineering institutes in India. So we have a very competent team which has the perfect blend of youth and experience. We have team members who have led organizations like HP, VMware, and there is NVIDIA, and so on and so forth. And we have a very, very brilliant team from Schulich and very experienced mentors who have helped us in preparing this deck in such a short time. So I'm really thankful to them. And that's all from my side. Thank you so much for hearing me out. If you have any more questions or queries, you can always send an email to me at info@projectx.cloud, and you could visit our website for more information regarding our Infinity OS. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And Naaman, you're up first.
Great, Rana. Thanks. Great presentation. Just maybe simplifying it a little bit for me. So you've got you're a student at a university and you're building an application, they would use your technology. Could they not get the same effect by just using regular AWS or Azure or cloud? What specifically will Project X do for, whatever software they're building and they need to test out that you can't get just for regular, using regular cloud?
Yes. So this is mostly meant for daily usage. So see, AWS or Azure, they run virtual machines. So, the universities don't usually allocate virtual machines to students. It has a very complex deployment process. Okay, so what we are doing is that it is basically a website looking and functioning as a web as an operating system, and all the applications listed over there are independent microservices. So all the applications are running independently on the cloud, and they are consuming much less resources compared to a normal VM hosted in Azure or GCP or AWS. So
Great,
these are, yeah.
Isha?
Sure. So wanted to great presentation, by the way. Thanks for that. Wanted to double click a little bit more on the buyer profile, right? You mentioned educational institutions, but again, which kind of educational institutions have you spoken to? What kind of responses have you got from them? How are you segmenting this? Just a little bit more color on that, Vinay.
Oh, actually, this was a problem I faced all my childhood. So once I grew up, I talked with many of my friends. So there are my friends at IIT Kanpur and IIT Bombay who face the same issues. So one of my friends came up to me, that, I'm using ANSYS in our labs at IIT Kanpur, but, it's very laggy. And there is one of my friends who is pursuing MDes at IIT Bombay. They were building an AR/VR application over there. So they had timings to go to the lab. They had only one machine that was that had that configuration where they could build that. So, and they were desperately searching for a solution like that, so they were very happy when they saw me building this. And we did some primary research in this as well. I met many engineering students, and this is a problem that is being shared by students across India. So there is one student I talked to. He was pursuing his BTech in electrical engineering, and he wanted to try his hands on Android development, but his laptop was incapable of running Android Studio. So then he could not even try that thing. And not everyone is skilled enough to go to AWS or GCP and then get a virtual machine over there. You have to buy credits, get your credit card, this, that. So it's very complex. We're making it very simple.
Got it. My question was, have you already spoken to some colleges and deployed it there?
No, we have a letter of intent from many universities. We have letter of intent from LPU, some universities in South. I forgot the name, they were big names. One MSRC Medical College is there, if I'm not wrong. So we have a lot of letter of intents from many institutes across India, and we are still building it. So it has a fairly complicated backend architecture that our team is helping us to build. We have tested our MVP, and we are deploying the final, we're in the final stages of development, and we'll hopefully launch it in early next year we'll launch it. Yeah. And then we have the universities ready to host the beta testing things over there.
Okay, Alexander.
I totally accept the argument that virtual machines and leveraging these cloud services is complex for people who are not already sort of the initiated, but there's a lot of other like virtual desktop solutions out there that range sort of in their, call it, level of complexity and sophistication, target different markets, like including Amazon and Azure, but also VMware, Venn, Red Hat. Like there's a lot of stuff out there. So I guess I'm wondering, because I thought your competitive landscape had a couple of examples, but I felt like there were some missing there. Can you talk a little bit about how you think about that broader competitive landscape and how you stand out?
Definitely, Alexander. So you'd be amazed to know that the ex-director of VMware is our VP of engineering. So, companies like VMware are more enterprise-centric, and they give you full VMs. They give you full virtual machines, which are very difficult to scale up and scale down. So, what we are doing is that every application inside Infinity OS is running as an independent microservice. So those nodes are, configured to run those applications. So they are using very, very less resources. So this is USP.
No, that's interesting. I think in your pitches going forward, I would spend a significant amount of time drilling down on that specifically, because there's just a lot of vendors out there that are not necessarily inscrutable to whether it be customers or investors, because that's going to be like the linchpin, I think, in terms of just like how you are able to communicate that differentiation. So I'm thinking about how do you go about acquiring customers and not just sounding like another cloud vendor, not sounding like it's going to be as complicated as everything else they might have looked at.
Right. Like this is our biggest USP. Like no one in the market is, giving this service like where application runs as a microservice other than Chasm, but their focus is more on secured enterprise browsing. So we are the only, company who is making an operating system interface on the web where you could get like everything done in a much simple interface.
Yeah.
Hope that makes sense.
Okay, Naaman, second question.
Great. There's always inherent progression in computing power, internet speed, 5G. Where do you sit in maybe 3-4 years when, there's always this progression in technology? Do you still have something then when everything's sped up by then and you may not need your service? Or, maybe kind of comment, or maybe you always need the service, but as things can, speed up to inherently speed up.
Actually, this is why we are building this solution. So if I would have thought of building a web-based operating system 5 years back, there wasn't the bandwidth available for that. Right now in India, 5G is available everywhere. That is why this is possible, that these microservices of applications are running on the servers and people are using it on the local devices. So the more better internet connectivity we have, the better this will run on their devices. And you might be aware that the Moore's law is going to hit its mark. So the power of semiconductors are going to hit the mathematical limits very soon. So for the future, this has to be the future. This has to be the future of computing. Maybe not us, some other company is definitely going to, this is the solution, cloud computing.
Great, thank you.
Yep.
Isha, do you have a second question?
Yes. Wanted to understand how do you define your larger vision here? When you, let's say you're providing cloud computing at your fingertips in a very easy way. And you've started with a very personal pain point and you've identified a market. But where do you want to take this ultimately after you have, let's say, captured this wedge? How does it grow from here?
Yeah. So ultimately our main goal, as I said in the first slide, that to make computing truly limitless. So once we have tested our web solutions and it is totally bug free and stable, and we have generated enough revenue from the education sector, we have definite plans to make our own devices which will run Infinity OS, and it will cost much less than a normal computer, and it will also last more than a normal laptop. So, and also after 5 years plan, I'm saying that I have tested an POC of Infinity OS running in an Android phone with a VR. So anyone with an mobile phone could actually access the heaviest of applications using a a VR solutions or an AR solution. So we don't need computers altogether. If you want, I can show the video also, like how this works basically, if you have time. Otherwise, it's fine.
You're always open to like leverage the question period how you see fit, but you should be thoughtful as to whether that's a 30-second video versus making the judges
No, it's fine.
sit
It's
through
fine.
something.
I'll just. Never mind. Okay.
Okay, Alexander.
I think that was a good call. I've never seen a product demo actually add value in a pitch. It usually just confuses things. You don't have enough time. I guess my understanding or my thinking of as to where the lowest hanging fruit is in terms of customers are those that are wanting to get better and more educated on using, developing and computing, but are not sophisticated enough to enable to actually know how to navigate AWS or Azure or whatever it might be. And you can tell me if how on mark that is or not, but if that is the case, or really close to it, what is the risk that your customers sort of naturally churn out, that they eventually learn and become sophisticated enough that they would want to be able to leverage the capabilities of an AWS or Azure? And how do you avoid that sort of natural attrition?
So we are not actually competing with an AWS or GCP because our solution is very distinct. I'll say you why. Because you can't, you have to set up an virtual machine over there, install applications, get the license, this, that. It is very complicated. And even if that is, made better, you still have to, set that up, set the resources, then, install the applications. It is just one click in Infinity OS. You just go log in, you have the applications, you will just browse through the library, click on any application. You don't even need to install them, just click on them and you can use them. Did you get the user flow? Alexander, are you there?
Yeah.
So this is how we are trying to put ourselves as an operating system and not as a cloud service provider. Okay,
I follow that.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you, judges. Thank you for the presentation. And we'll have you do your calculations and then welcome you back in a few minutes.
Thank you,
for
everyone.
our final pitch. Thank you. Okay. Let's continue on while the judges do their thing and check in. Oshka, I was, been struck throughout the event and the entire competition about how much value our mentors are playing, how many of them have also helped to make, connections in past years for these students into investors or other accelerator programs. So I was thinking this could be an opportunity for you to share your thoughts on the role we can all play on helping these young entrepreneurs make the right connections out there in the world, or the roles people can play as mentors as well too.
Absolutely. Very rightly said, Chris. Mentorship and support with pitching and fundraising are in fact two areas where I think most entrepreneurs require very specific support. And right from early stage startups to startups who are looking to scale, these are definitely the key areas where even Startup India focuses on to facilitate and support startups. So I'd just like to share details about a couple of initiatives that we've taken here. And when it comes to mentorship, we try to usually come up with multiple modes of engagement through which we provide mentorship to startups. Firstly, there's a platform called MARG, which is the National Mentorship Portal that was launched by Startup India. And after this bit, I'll also share a link on the chat box if people want to know more about it. How this platform functions is that startups that have been officially recognized by DPIIT, which is the Department for Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade, under which the Startup India comes, these startups can register on the portal. That portal also has onboarded mentors from across sectors. And, these are mentors who have been onboarded pro bono. So all these wonderful people have, in fact, volunteered to mentor startups and help them out. So these mentors and startups are matched through AI on the basis of sectors and areas where, these startups have told us that they need support. So they can connect through the portal one-on-one, and they can take the journey forward from there. There's also, of course, no bar on the mentorship connections that you make. So it really is something that provides founders with, honestly, a free field to explore and learn from. Other than this, mentorship and focus on pitching has been a very important pillar in almost every program that we work on. And we do it for different strategic areas, right? So, for example, women entrepreneurs, again, is a section that we look to support very actively, similar to how student entrepreneurs is a focus area for us. So last year in November 2022, Startup India launched the Women for Startups workshops, which is essentially a series of physical workshops that we've conducted in partnership with each state and union territory in the country. So these workshops are not just meant for existing entrepreneurs, but also for women who are aspiring to become entrepreneurs. And again, two key objectives here are, firstly, one being the capacity building and mentoring women across different topics of business growth and how to pitch to investors. And secondly, we, we also shortlist some of these founders and arrange for a live pitching where they are able to pitch to investors and incubators as part of these workshops. So yes, that way we ensure that somehow the bit about mentorship is included in all our programs. I'm not sure if you've heard about National Startup Awards, but National Startup Awards was launched in 2020. And these awards recognize and reward startups across the country who are doing some fantastic work. And interestingly, one of the special categories in these awards, ever since it was launched, has been student-led startups or young innovators. So we've made a special category for student-led startups from the very beginning, so that, that's a section that requires that additional attention and additional support, and we're able to give it to them. And believe me, Chris, every year the winners under this category have been incredibly inspiring, to say the least. And every year, once we have winners and finalists, and last year for 2022, we had 123 startups in total. We provide dedicated hand-holding support to them through a period of, 12 months, the next 1 year, essentially. And we do it through specific tracks of support, which of course also includes mentorship and investor connect through different modes. So even through such initiatives, we always try to ensure that we provide startups with quality support in these areas. And of course, with Together, we hope there's a potential butterfly effect that we would want to see. So yeah, that would be about it from me for this.
That's great. Thanks for sharing all of that. And yes, we really appreciate the work that all of our mentors have been doing here, but the role that they play right across the ecosystem, making introductions, providing those, those key moments of support. And I think those of us who mentor always want the student startups to be to have us in their first top 3 phone calls that they're going to make with the biggest challenges they faced or biggest opportunities that are there in front of them. And with that, we'll welcome our judges back to the stage and get ready for the final presentation. And that will be Women-tastic. And once we get them on stage as well, too, we'll welcome them. And team, hopefully we have eyes on Women-tastic and have them ready to go to join on stage. It's great. We've got a screen share, but we still need our founder on stage with us. There we go. And we'll get you to do the screen share, and then I'll get ready to count you in.
I hope my screen is visible. Right?
Yeah, but let's go to full screen.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, right.
Great.
Now we can begin.
Great. And there we go. And Uma, we will count you in 3, 2, 1.
Yeah. Hello. Hi, everyone. Good evening. So we are Team Womana, and a woman-led startup and founded. And today we are going to see how we are going, with the help of women and a sustainable innovation, we are going to print the future with yesterday's plastic. Jatin, next slide, please. Hello. Am I audible?
Yeah, you're good. We can hear you.
Yeah. So the major problem around us is of plastic waste. Over 3.4 million tons of plastic waste is generated every year only in India, out of which only 30% of the plastic waste is being recycled. The amount that is being recycled is done in an unsustainable way, and that results in generating fumes, toxins, and other large carbon footprints in our environment. So, the solution to this problem is transforming plastic waste into sustainable and high quality 3D printer filaments, converting plastic waste to contribute to a cleaner and a healthier environment, repurposing plastic waste to create new and customized products. So, let's see how we are going to do that. So we'll be taking recyclable plastics such as bottles and other items. Then we clean them and put them through the polymer quenching process. That is a process that converts them into a 3D printer filaments. We have also made some modification in the machines that is already available in the market that has reduced the carbon emission by 90% and the power consumption by 50%. Now, since the power consumption is so low, we can done the entire process in just 5 kilowatt of solar power. That is reducing the power consumption for the entire process. Jatin, next slides. When it comes to the business model, so the 3D printer filaments which we will be producing will cost us 1.20 USD per kg, and we'll be selling the same at 18 USD per kg. Whereas the competitor is selling the same at 48 USD per kg. We will also be providing the 3D printing services at a rate of 43 USD per kg. Now, when it comes to distribution and production, we'll be having partnership with some of the universities as well as incubator centers, which will provide us the space as well as the waste plastics that is being produced in their campus. Now, when it comes to the product, we'll be providing 3D printer filaments and 3D printing products that includes prototyping, industrial tooling, as well as customized gifting. Jatin, over to you.
Yeah, right. I hope I'm audible now.
You're good.
All right. Yeah. So here we can see clearly that employability gender gap in India is around 50%. 70% of men are in the labor force compared to the 90.2% of women. Here we can see a huge gap between the employability. And women have immense potential to share great ideas and do great work, but they are often not given the right platform. When it comes to women at stake, we are ready to engage them in each and every step of this initiative, from collection of garbage to the in managing the entire operation and also making them leaders in our organization. Not in only our organization, but also supporting them in initiating their ideas and also their innovations that they have been working on. When it comes to our go-to-market strategy, at very first quarter, we will be further refining the product specification and finalizing the facility site with an incubator and also filing the utility patent. In second quarter, we will be first working on the facility at an incubator, starting supporting to the startup incubated as a prototyping services and also develop a market model. Providing service to industrial customers in the third quarter will be done and also build the industrial relationships. When it comes to quarter four, we will be further refining the market needs and also start experiment with the sales channels and strategies. Demand creation will be done with partnership with incubators and industrial associations and also going into trade shows and social media marketing. Supply creation will be done with collaborating with waste management companies and also in NGOs for HR. Till now, we have been technically validated through various institutes and also at the verge of starting commercializing. When it comes to the incubation part, we are currently pre-incubated at AIC Banasthali under Spring Cohort program with partnership with UM Bessie New Delhi and also at JSS Step Noida under She Ventures Women Entrepreneurship program supported by RO Foundation. Till now, we have done various technical improvements in the existing machines in the market, which has significantly reduced the energy consumption and also the gases emitted during the process. We are at very advanced stage with conversion with the SGT University, Delhi NCR, and CGC Landra to set up the very first proof of concept facility at their premise. When it comes to the market size, the TAM we have expected is around 20 billion at global level, SAM at 91 million at Indian level, and 5% of the Indian market is taken as a zone. The early evangelist could be for the prototyping services, the tooling for the different MSMEs and other companies, and also customized product for various customers. When it comes to competition, we till now have two abroad and Indian-based competition. Photoprint is Indian-based competition, and RC is based in a foreign-based competitor. Both of them are using sustainable inputs for their daily operations, but the process that they've been going through is still now not sustainable. When it comes to women Astic, not only we are using the waste plastic as a sustainable input, but also the process, since we are using more sustainable and more solar powered equipments, low powered equipments, the process is also become sustainable. That's how we are making our idea different from the existing startups. When it comes to revenue forecast, till now we have generated some revenue and we have successfully and we will be able to successfully make ourselves cash positive by the fourth year, that is 2027. For this, we are seeking for around 150K of USD amount for the funding requirement for the upcoming of 3 years for our daily operations, and fund from this competition will be used for the further development of the technology and for marketing and sales. Uma Sharma is the founder of this whole startup. She's an ex-quality analyst at Nykaa till now. Right now, she's working full-time into the startup. And myself, Jatin Sharma, I recently completed my MBA, and I have been a former ISC member advisor under MHRD Government of India. Amit Jangid is the CEO, and he is having more than 30 plus patents. It's wrongly said, but 30 patents in his whole career. And thanks to the wonderful mentors that we got through this program and also the students, Sanpreet, Rita, and Pallab. You guys are awesome. We have been a wonderful team that we have been working on this idea. And with that, I will thank you all guys for patiently hearing to that. And here at the end, I would like to just show you the expenses that we will be making with the fund that we'll be raising. So I'm happy for questions right now.
Thank you. Right on time. And Naaman, you're first up.
Great, thanks for the presentation. I love ideas where you're reusing plastic. Could you describe the tech and your breakthroughs there with your polymer quenching? is this tech that was already off the shelf and you're just tweaking the machines? Is this something that you've invented? Are people already been doing this and you've taken machines that already do this? How much is proprietary in the technology?
So if you will search, RC is a company that is specifically working on a polyformer. It's like till now nobody is using them as a commercial product, but it's going in research only. So we have taken that product, and with the help of the thermistor that is being used in a 3D printer, we have successfully able to reduce the energy consumption that was previously very high compared to the polyformer. So this is the small innovation that we have done.
And that energy consumption just reduces your cost significantly? Is that the key benefit of that?
Right. Because when it comes to, if you will see here in India, there are a lot of MSMEs, those who are recycling the plastic, and the energy consumption is really high because they are completely melting the plastic, right? And when it comes to the polyformer, they were doing the exactly opposite. They were not completely melting it, and they were just making a small, they were just changing the size by using the thermistor. And with the same technology, we have made some further enhancements, and that's how we will be able to run the entire operations using solar power only just 5 kilowatts. So you can say we are just 2 or 3 companies all around the world that are doing a research in the polymer quenching technique.
Great, thank you.
Isha, your first question.
Thank you so much, Uma and Jatin. My question to you is, what's your larger ambition with the Womanastic? Where do you see the company going in, let's say, 5 or 10 years? What's the scale looking like?
Ma'am, scale till now, we are in the advanced, like we have already done we are just almost within a few weeks, we'll be doing the MOU with the universities. So till now, since universities, colleges, and few areas where regularly where events are going on, so there we can see there is good amount of plastic waste produced. Okay, and most of them is going into landfills, right? So at first we will be targeting colleges, institutions, schools, and such like areas where we are getting the huge amount of plastic, and we will be making some products out of them, and hopefully we will be covering. So then after that, this is the first stage. First, we'll be covering different institutions and other event areas. And after that, we will be testing whether if we will set up this facility in rural areas or at a district level, then how much it will work, because we need to take care about the transportation cost as well. And if we are setting it up in those places like colleges and universities, the transportation cost will be really low because we will be directly taking the waste from them. So at very first, we will be going through with these institutions, and after that, we will see how far we can go with the taking facility outside in rural areas.
Alexander, your first question.
I'm afraid it's not too precise. It's kind of like it's a call up to Naaman's question, really, in a way. Like I'm just not wrapping my head around why the competition uses or would use a less sustainable process to produce a more expensive product. Like it doesn't, like there's some disconnect there for me, because if it's just you can do it cheaper and more sustainable, stands to reason everybody should just want to do that without like today. So help me understand like what I'm not following there.
Yeah, right. Yeah, thank you for that. Actually, see, till now people were using the plastic waste only, and with the traditional method, they were just melting them and putting them into different molds, and they were making the plastic. So recycling was being done, but the huge amount of electricity, the fumes, and the carbon footprint that they were leaving, it was huge. Right. So people will see, okay, plastic is being recycled. It's very healthy for the environment, but somehow it was not. So we see that we are recycling, but not environmentally friendly. So then we came to these 2 companies and we saw what they are doing. And then again, we saw they are doing the exactly same thing, right? But the technology was really different. But the power consumption and the fumes was already there. Then we thought, how can we get rid of this? Because energy consumption is really high in this case, and also the fumes that are getting out of which they're really harmful. So then we thought of making this process more sustainable. The input is exactly the same, the plastic bottles, all the recyclable plastic, but the process of making this as a filament is something that we have changed completely.
So that's something that is like patentable, like your intellectual
Right.
property. Oh, okay.
Right.
All right.
Right.
Naaman, back to you.
Great. You shared your roadmap on what you're building. What are you thinking about from a customer perspective? Were you thinking about schools or institutions? What's the progress like there? I mean, kind of like what Alexander was saying, you can sell it cheaper, you can sell the environmental angle, you'd expect it to fly off the shelves if it's also the same quality as traditional 3D printer, filament. But what's your sales cycle look like on your pipeline?
See, till now, when it comes to the sales, we haven't had a hard commitment with any of the customers. But why institutions? Because there are many institutions like that are there having their own incubation center. So they regularly require prototyping services for their startup. Until now, if you'll see the cost of PLAs and other prototyping filament for the 3D printer is really, really high. So if we are using these plastic bottles for the prototyping services, the strength will be just 2 to 3% different from the existing material. So that will be the very first reason why we will be shifting, why people will be shifting to our product. And not just only startups, but different companies like MSMEs and different institutions. Okay, those who are doing into R&D, they regularly require 3D printing services for the prototyping of the tools, or they want to test a part, right? So they regularly require these prototyping services. And in that case, the price is really high because they continuously have to do multiple tests on a single part. So in that case, not only just startups, but we can provide services to different MSMEs or companies, those who require a good amount of prototyping when it comes to the R&D. And again, since we are also providing customizable products, so home decor items or any personalized gifts could be our product that we can give to general public. So these are the three areas where we can get the revenue from startups, from companies, MSMEs, and also general public in case of gifts and all.
Great, thank you.
Isha, do you have another question?
Yeah, just a quick one from me, and I may have missed this. What exactly, can you help me understand what exactly is proprietary in the process that can be patented? And is that something that you guys have come up with between yourself, or is this taken from somewhere? Like, I'm just trying to understand exactly what is proprietary.
Actually, there is a thermistor that is being used in a 3D printer, and also the nozzle. So we have made adjustment in the design, and also some I won't be able to say that, but mainly it's about the thermistor and the nozzle part of the 3D printer filament that we have been using. And this is the main USP that makes our process more sustainable compared to the existing machines in the market.
Okay.
I hope that answers your questions, ma'am.
Great. And with that, we will see if there's one last question, Alexander. Otherwise, we'll wrap.
No, I'm actually good. Thank you.
Okay, good. Thanks, team. And now, judges, we're going to introduce you to Chelsea and team, Schulich Startups team. If you can bring Chelsea on stage for 1 sec. There she is. Hey, Chelsea is our Associate Director for the Office of Innovation and Entrepreneurship and co-leader of Schulich Startups. Judges, you'll be going into the breakout room now with Chelsea. If you have any questions or anything that you're deliberating while you're there, she'll help you out. And then you can just emerge back out when you're done, as soon as you're ready. And we'll be having a couple of amazing guest speakers here in the meantime. Chelsea will be helping to provide the final decisions on the top 2 companies to the team from the City of Toronto, who will be making the announcements of the top 2. And then, of course, we'll ask you to have a nominee from the judging group for one of you who can give some commentary on your overall thoughts about the field today and the choices that you made for the top two teams. Good luck with your deliberations. I know it's not going to be easy, and we'll see you back soon.
Thanks, Chris. I would just like to take a moment here to welcome our next speaker, Dr. Ankush Ghosh. Dr. Ankush Ghosh is a founder and director of ADSRS Education and Research Foundation and Nyagrodha Ventures. He's also an adjunct professor at the Chandigarh University. He's a mentor for various organizations such as Startup India, MAR, the Confederation of Indian Industry, National Entrepreneurship Network, among others. In 2019 and 2020, he was awarded for his contribution to Innovate India by AICTE DST, Government of India. Currently, he's mentoring more than 20 startups that have been recognized by the Department for Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade. Dr. Ankush is also a fellow of IETE and senior member of IEE with over 20 years of experience in academics, administrative research. He's held various positions such as Director and CTO, Director of International Relations, Dean of Faculty, Deputy Control, and many more faculty positions at various top institutions in India. It's a pleasure to have you here, Dr. Ankush.
Thank you very much, Manu. I'm just going to share a PPT with you. Is it visible?
Yes.
Yeah. It's in the full screen mode, right?
You're good.
Yeah. And one more question. Is it changing the screen slides?
Yep, you're good.
Great. Thank you. So thank you. So very good evening to ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests and young entrepreneurs from around the world. I'm honored to talk before you today to share some of the word of inspiration from India that can serve as a guiding light on your entrepreneurial journey. You know, India is a land of culture, diverse tradition, and history that woven with stories of innovation, resilience, and determinations. And it also has a rich culture, diverse tradition. So therefore, today we'll draw you upon some of the wisdom of India to inspire and motivate the young entrepreneurs from India and Canada to go for your entrepreneurial journey. So we'll start with the, just a minute. Yeah, we'll start with the first lesson that is called dharma. That is the power of rightness, and it is the most important thing for your entrepreneur activity, or you can say entrepreneurial journey. So if you are not going in the right path, so it can come back to you. So it is the first lesson that before starting any journey, any entrepreneurial journey, you should be in the path of rightness. You should be in the right path, and that is comes from Indian philosophy called dharma, and it is one of the first lessons for any entrepreneurial success, right? So you can see any success entrepreneur, they are in the path of rightness, they are in the path of dharma, they got the success. If you think of any successful entrepreneur or successful industrialist, like you see the Tata, they are always in the path of rightness. They are always in the path of in building their trust and reputation. So if you are not in the path of dharma, if you cannot build your trust, if you cannot build your reputation, so you cannot withstand. So before starting any entrepreneurial journey, this is the first lesson. It comes from Indian philosophy, that is dharma, that should be, you should learn about that. Next is, these out of the box thinking that you have already learned about in your entrepreneurial journey, that your mentor, must learn about that out of the box thinking. However, in Indian perspective, the out of the box thinking is, you have to think the out of the box thinking. However, there are something like resources, and in Indian way, in Indian specifically, there you may find some of the resources constraint are there. So you should be thinking of some frugal innovations with fewer resources, with some limited resources, with some you have to think of some creative idea, creative innovations with limited resources. So one of the example I can say that is, you see India just successfully launched their one of the Chandrayaan 3, and that is it has cost only 600 crores, right? It is any of the the cost of any Indian movie or any Hollywood movies cost. So they have the few resources, they have some constrained resources. However, with the frugal innovations, they have launched it. So it is another lessons for you, that you have to think for out of the box thinking. Though you may have some resource constraint, though you have some limited resource, but you have to think on that way. And another is that adapting of change. You should be you should take the adaptation whenever it is required. It may be you can find the examples of Nokia phone, that they have not changed with the time. Now you can see their conditions. You can see you can get the examples of Kodak. So they are also the similar path. That means they have not adapted the changes with the time. So that is also you need to keep in mind, right? Next one is the mindfulness. The finding balance from Indian philosophy for the entrepreneur. So what Indian philosophy says, the work-life balance, right? So prioritize your personal well-being and maintain a healthy work-life balance. So that is the first thing, because if your health is not well, then you cannot focus on your work. So therefore, the work-life balance is most important, and with your health, you should also be you should also balance on your emotional intelligence. Nowadays, it is said EQ IQ balance, right? People are taking the candidate for with EQ IQ balance, right? So if you do not have the emotional intelligence balance, so you may not focus on your studies, right? So how to get these EQ IQ balance, emotional intelligence, and work-life balance? The solution is meditation and yoga. It has been developed or invented in India, that yoga. So you should practice yoga to balance these healthy life and emotional life with mindfulness and meditation. So that is also comes from Indian philosophy, that I request everyone to practice yoga for that. Next one, another one that comes from Indian philosophy, that is called karma. Just like dharma, karma is another way of karma is another term in Indian philosophy that is one of the most important term. And what does it mean? Karma, according to Hinduism or according to Buddhism, karma is the actions that you have taken is decide your destiny. So whatever the actions you are taking, it is decide to your destiny, as well as it is believed that it will definitely return back to you the way you are taking the actions. Like if you are taking some good actions, it will revert back to you in your lifetime with some good things. And if you are not taking any good actions, so definitely it will return back to you in that way, whatever the way you have taken actions. So that will definitely return back to you in the same way. And that is called karma. So it is very famous and important term from Indian philosophy. So therefore, you have to take the responsibility of your actions. You have to ownership of them, right? So whatever the actions you are taking, you are committed. You should have that ownership, and you have to have that thinking process that these type of actions cannot be taken. So whatever the dharma says, you have to take actions or you have to take karma with ethical way, with the dharma, right? So that is one of the wisdom from Indian philosophy, and all the entrepreneurs should follow these wisdom, that is karma as well as dharma. Right. So another philosophical view from Indian mindset, that embracing your inner yogi. As we have said, you should practice yoga for the mindfulness and for the benefit of your health. So this yoga not only for the meditation, for the health, it is also also come for go for your stress management. You can get your stress management with yoga. You can enhance your focus and enhance your productivity, and also you can focus with focus for your creativity and innovations if you practice these yoga and develop your inner yogi, right? So next one is unleashing your warrior within you. This is another lessons from taken from Indian history. So if you go through the Indian history, there are many leaders like Chhatrapati Shivaji. You can take an example. You should learn their courage and determination, right? The way they have fought, the way he has fought with Mughals, which has more than 100 times, military. He has fought. Chhatrapati Shivaji has fought. He has that much of courage. He has that much of determination, and win the war. So that way, you must learn the lesson from Indian history and motivate and get that much of courage and determination for your entrepreneurial journey. Next, coming to the strategic thinking, you see the way these game chess has been developed in India, invented in India. So that in that time, ancient time, more than 15,000 years ago, that is in Gupta's emperor, these games has been developed, chess. So at that time also you see they have that strategic thinking, right? So that strategic thinking you must develop with you, learning lessons from Indian history, Indian mythology, and that way you can motivate yourself, you can learn some lessons, and accordingly you can go for your entrepreneurial journey. So another thing you can learn from the history, that is
Sorry to
leadership and
interrupt
teamwork.
you, Dr. Ankur, sorry to interrupt you, but actually we're running out of time, so would request you if you can just wrap up in the next 2 minutes.
Yes,
please.
yes, sure. So similarly, you can learn from the Indian history that leadership and teamwork, like Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose, he has developed army base outside India, and people from all over the India called him Netaji, the leader. So that leadership skills also you can develop from, learn from Indian history. And also you can learn some inspiration from Indian epics, Indian mythology, right? Like Ramayana, like Mahabharata. You can learn, you can take them as a role model, like Lord Rama as a role model. You can take some hero as a role model, like other than Rama also they have heroes like Sugrives, like superhero like Hanumans. So you can take, you can go through their journey, and you can motivate yourself, right? Also you can take some of them as a hero to navigate and moral dilemmas, like you see the examples of Arjuna in Mahabharata. He has some dilemma to fight with his own relatives. So how they have wiped away those dilemmas. So that can, these type of things you can learn from Indian epics and mythologies. Next one is the role of guru in entrepreneurship, the mentor. So this guru term has evolved in India more than 5,000 years ago. At that time, people were going to guru's ashram, their house to learn. And the guru-shishya relationship, that means the mentor-mentee relationship, that will ever-ending relationship, lifetime relationship. It is not like you taken some mentorship from a mentor, and then after the classes it is closed. It is not like that. So it's a never-ending relationship. It is a continuous learning from the guru, from the mentor, and that things you should have learned from Indian culture, that guru culture, and use in your entrepreneurial journey.
I apologize for having to interrupt, but we're out of time, and we thank you for everything this morning. We need to keep on schedule as we have our next guest waiting and ready to go in a continuous line. But I really appreciated this morning and this evening for everyone in India listening to you talk about bringing Indian wisdom to entrepreneurs. That's a very unique topic, and I think that would be a really good thing for all local ecosystems to lean into, thinking about how they can bring wisdom from community and from culture and religion and historical perspective into the way that we govern ourselves and govern our ecosystem. So thank you for that today. And we look forward to connecting with you again soon. Thank you. Next up, we have a very special guest from the Schulich alumni, and it is Myra, the co-founder and CEO of Altex, a biomaterial startup creating circular textiles re-engineered from food waste. I love hearing Myra speak, and I love hearing the story and what's been happening. She is a valued senior leader in the Schulich Startups community. And Myra, thanks for joining us this morning to share your message with the students.
Of course. Thank you so much for having me. Good morning or afternoon or evening, everyone from wherever you are tuning in the world. I'm so glad to be here. So like Chris mentioned, my name is Myra. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Altex. We're a biotech startup, and we're creating fabric from food waste. What I want to do in the next 15 minutes or so is tell you a little bit more about how we do that as you're thinking about how you're pitching your own companies and deriving your own value propositions. Often hearing from other entrepreneurs is very valuable. So I'm going to jump in, talk to you about what our business does, how it does it, but then focus more of that time about how we got here and the challenges we faced and the lessons we learned as a result of that. It has been a journey, so I'm excited to share it. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen and just jump straight into things. Just give me a quick thumbs up if you can see that and you can see slide switching. All right, sounds good. So jumping straight into it, Altex is a Toronto-based biomaterial startup. We're creating a biodegradable and carbon neutral alternative that's re-engineered from food waste. So some people in this room might know, because of course, fashion is a big ecosystem in India. It's actually one of the most polluting ones in the world, but really to the core of that industry is a material that's in 60% of all of the clothes that this room is wearing right now. And that's polyester. Polyester is this petroleum and fossil fuel derived material that creates 55 million annual tons of landfill waste, is one of the most significant contributors to ocean microplastics. But despite its size and it being responsible for almost 40% of the GHG emissions that are released by the fashion industry, polyester still doesn't have any fully circular alternatives on the market. There is nothing cradle to cradle that starts with a material that can then be returned to the earth. And what that's doing on the business side is it's preventing half of the fashion industry that has committed itself to very stringent sustainability targets. It's preventing that industry or those brands from meeting those targets when the largest lever, being polyester, cannot be pulled due to the lack of sustainable alternatives in this space. So at Altex, we're changing that by creating what we believe, excuse me, to be the world's most circular polyester alternative, engineered from the world's largest landfill contributor, being food waste. We have a patent pending food to fabric technology that starts with landfill destined food waste that's plugged into a fermentation process that converts that food waste into a polyester-like fiber. And that fiber is specifically designed to plug into polyester's existing ecosystem, where it's then woven or knitted into fabric for sale to fashion brands. Double clicking on the technology a little bit, sounds kind of crazy. Food to fabric, how the heck is that happening? Well, we start with food waste that's rich in carbohydrates and sugars, which really is most of the food we consume, the fruits, the vegetables, the grains. Those industries produce a lot of byproduct that we source. And in a patent pending fermentation process, we're combining that byproduct with various enzymes and microbes that convert that into a polymer. That polymer is then optimized to meet textile manufacturing properties. The polymer is then melted and extruded into fibers using the exact same system that polyester uses today. And the fibers are spun into yarn and then sold in the form of fabric to fashion brands. At the end of that process, you're getting a material that mimics many of polyester's mechanical properties. The reason polyester isn't 60% of the clothes we wear, but does so in a far more circular way. The end material is not only chemically and mechanically recyclable, but it's industrially biodegradable. It's also carbon neutral because we're drawing very carbon intensive source away from landfill, as well as the fact that this fermentation technology actually uses 60% less energy compared to its PET incumbent. All right, so that is what Altex does. It's kind of the brief and dirty version of it. If anyone else is curious or kind of wants to learn more about how we got to this value proposition and how we portray it, feel free to shoot me a message offline. But I want to spend the majority of this time talking about what it looked like behind the scenes to get here, because this pitch looks really neat and tidy, but this image is not very neat and tidy. And this is kind of the journey that we went on in the first year of the business, solely focusing on the inception, because I think that is one of the most difficult climbs, and how we were able to persevere and what lessons we learned at the end of it. So I'm going to take you through how the company was founded and kind of the battle scars that we walked away from and are still learning from. So Altex came together with myself and my co-founder. My family's history is in the textile manufacturing space, and my co-founder's expertise are in the bioplastics and the biochemistry space. We came together, it's been about 3.5 years now, and we were both gone our separate ways. I was in sales at Procter & Gamble. She was applying to med school and had gone in the direction of bioplastics. And at the end of the day, we said, hey, we both care about impact. Doing our current careers is not going to maximize that. What if we gave ourselves just 1 year to see if we can build more impact than we can in a corporate setting? So it just started off as a project. That was January of 2020. And when we started progressing and doing research by combining bioplastics, which was her field, and textiles, which was mine, we tried to come up with various prototypes that we knew needed funding to make an actual impact. But we had no resources to do it. We had no connection to investors. We had no true PhDs or scientists on board. And we kind of just had an idea and a bunch of literary research that we had done borrowing database access from various university students. So the first thing we did was we said, okay, we need the chops. We don't have it and we're not going to get it. So let's contact any professor we can find in Ontario and really try to convince them about what we're doing and try to convince them to take on this research, even though we don't really have much to give them in return. So we then called up dozens of professors and said, hey, you guys have lab space. Here's our hypothesis. We can't really give you much yet, but what if you were to test this hypothesis for us, do some really crude research, and at the end of that, potentially we could land a government grant, we could land some funding to help your lab and kind of progress and build on that research. So we gave them something that was important to them, but also came across it from the perspective of, hey, can you make this impact to young graduates that are trying to do something positive? And to our disbelief, we had two professors that actually said, you know what, sure, we have some extra funding in the lab, bring in your stuff, bring in your hypothesis, let's get this stuff tested. They continue to support us today. And the first lesson that I learned here is relationship management is absolutely everything. The way in which we contacted those professors, the way in which we built that relationship to ensure there was a mutual exchange before we asked for something is the reason we were able to unlock that. So we got into the lab, we were then able to create our first few fibers, and we were able to take a whole bunch of photos in the labs of the actual product. We were able to write reports that we then were able to submit to the government through various funding organizations and start securing funding for. Now, lesson number 2, when it comes to funding, it's not meant for startups like us when you're just a couple months old and don't really have a real business. But if you ask really nicely, they might just allow you to apply. So we actually were not applicable for any of the funding that we actually applied for. But to get around that, we would write letters to the folks that were the decision makers that were on the board or would make exceptions to allow people to apply. So before we even got the permission to apply, we would have to write these letters, have them make an exception, and then go against all the odds, submit the application, and then through, just sheer kind of grind work, we were able to get these grants that we were never eligible for. Those grants unlocked a lot for us. We were able to progress the research, and then hit April of 2020 where COVID happened and our lab shut down for months and months and months. This was our biggest scare. We were confused as to when labs would open up. Our technology really couldn't progress until labs did open up. And although we could have spent this time saying, okay, you know what, we've given ourselves half a year, maybe let's just wrap it up. Where are we going? We really had to tap into that founder mentality and resilience here and just go through the emotional burden of inaction and use that to replace it with other action that, could be equally as valuable. So what we did instead is in that time we spent on our laptops doing a lot of market research when we couldn't spend it in the lab. We talked to customers, we talked to the ecosystem to understand what is the fiber that we're creating? Does it truly add additional value to your incumbents or your replacements? And how can we create a better fiber? We had people look at the material. We went to various mills to understand how we could plug and play when we were permitted to do so. And at the end of the day, we realized, okay, everyone's asking for synthetics. Everyone's asking for polyester. Why are we not trying to gravitate towards those materials when it's the most used? It's the one with the least alternatives, and everyone seems to need these properties. So then we took COVID to pivot, and thankfully labs opened back up and we were able to continue that research and pivot into polyester using similar principles. We worked on polyester for a bit and were able to make significant progress. We, again, continued working in those labs, had now had the ability to secure additional government grant funding, and walked away with a replacement that we thought fundamentally could replace polyester if we could build on the innovation and scale it. So at this point, we're on this high. We have a lot of resources, but resources are starting to dwindle. These grants are starting to run out, and you can't really get more grants if you don't already have funding in the bank. So we knew we had to join some type of incubator, some type of program that would give us more money, more time, and connection to investors when we virtually had none. So we applied to everything and got rejected by countless incubators and countless programs. And I remember when we would get rejected, we would always schedule a meeting afterwards and try to understand why we're getting rejected until we could get to a position where we felt truly confident in our ability to get in. CDL, Creative Destruction Lab, was one incubator where we finally got to that point after doing a few other incubators like Next Canada, Next 36, at CSI and a few others. We got rejected from CDL, and this was the one incubator in our eyes that really could make or break our technology. So when we got rejected, instead of saying, okay, you know what, this didn't really work out, we wrote a letter to the founder of CDL and said, hey, here's why you should let us in anyway. Didn't quite work. We got waitlisted though. And once again, by some miracle, we got that call that we were off the wait list and we were into the program. We walked into the program with a bunch of Harvard PhDs, and we were like, it's clear why we did not get accepted or invited. We are so kind of imposter syndrome really kicked in. We really don't belong in this room. And it was a real mentality shift in terms of kind of setting the caliber and the buy higher for ourselves. But regardless of that imposter syndrome, we actually came out as one of the top companies out of CDL that gets a very unique opportunity to do what's called Super Session, which is basically get access to all of the investors in the entire global network, which then allowed us to raise money, which then allowed us to hire PhDs and various folks in the field, and then kind of led to us being a formal company. We then incorporated and kind of did all the formalities, and we had what started off as a project and an idea to, all right, we have a company now. So that was the first year. It was a hard year full of a lot of ups and downs. And the biggest lesson we learned is resourcefulness and tapping into your network by really creating a value exchange to get things when you seemingly don't have much to give back. There's always something that you can give back, and it's all in how you wrap up that value proposition. So that was the first year. We're now in we crossed year 2, year 3, and year 4. So I'm about to take you to the slide that shows the graph for all of the years that followed year 1. Behold, this is what the journey looks like right now. It is up, it is down, it is backwards, there's loop-de-loops. It only gets harder. I am saying that with the utmost optimism to this group, but starting a startup is not for the weak of heart. It is an incredibly, incredibly tough journey. And further to the presentation that came before me, you really have to ground yourself in why you're doing it, because the only person crazy enough to actually go through this squiggle, this crazy graph that you see here, is somebody who is truly grounded in the impact that they can make, and the potential for impact greatly outweighs everything that they have to give up in order to get there. So strap up. The graph only gets squigglier and squigglier and squigglier, but there is a light at the end of the tunnel, and you just have to use those ups to really leverage yourself through the trenches. All right, so I have about 5 minutes left, and I want to end with some of the lessons that were learned as a result of that. And I want to caveat this with, we're a young startup, we're a young team. I am an entrepreneur for the past 3.5 years. I'm still learning lessons every single day. So there's a lot more to this, but here are just some of the ones that I was able to learn. The first thing that I mentioned in the previous graph is being resourceful is so incredibly important. It is the critical thing that I think changes what successful startups end up doing versus what happens to the ones that are not resourceful. There are certain groups of people and certain situations where you will be expected to do more with less. I don't want to get into kind of deep philosophy here, but the reality is that if you belong to a marginalized group, whether you're a person of color, whether that's because of your gender, your sexuality, where you're geographically located, that plays a big advantage or disadvantage. Resources are not an even field. You will be expected to work harder and do more with less. But you know what that does? It actually makes you a far more resilient and better entrepreneur than anybody else who has things, nobody has things handed to them, but who doesn't have to cross as many hurdles to get there. So just know that you do have to work a little bit harder to get there, but it's going to be worth it because it's building a founder that is incredibly, incredibly resilient. Number 2, this goes hand in hand with number 1, but you have to make your own seat at the table. It will not be offered to you. Once again, this is compounded if you're living in a country that is not really, if you're not in San Francisco, there's any other country or any other area outside of where investors live, you do have to work a little bit harder. And that seat will just simply not be offered to you. You have to demand it, and you demand it by being the absolute loudest person in the room. I know that's a bit of a controversial opinion, but you have to make sure, of course, that you're using your volume with merit and with actual hard work that you can back up. But if you're not demanding your space, you're not going to get a seat at the table. What does that mean? If there's networking events happening in San Francisco, if you're able to hop on a plane, and of course, I'm talking about a lot of things that are very privileged, but if you have the ability to do this, go to the events where the people are that have the seats at the table, learn from them, and see how you can join their community to get a seat at the table. If you're in a country that is, is not in the ecosystem in which you want to grow your company, learn more about that country, reach out to those networks. If you don't have access to, let's say, the SF networking events, LinkedIn and online networking is a real thing. Reach out to people. I had to pay so much money. I remember when the company didn't have to fund it, I had to pay out of pocket for LinkedIn Recruiter and LinkedIn Premium, which felt like so much money at the time, just to message hundreds and hundreds of people on LinkedIn who had nothing to do with me. But I said, hey, you know what? You know a lot about this. Can I talk to you and build a relationship that can then help me understand who was around the table and how I could get a seat with them? Now, caveat that with, there is not one table, there are many tables. Just identify your table and understand that opportunities are demanded and you have to make your way to them. They will not come to you. So do not wait. If you need a business opportunity, if you need a resource, if you need funding, it will not come to you until you're taking the action to get there. So do not wait. All right. Continuing controversial opinions. This one is a big one. You're setting the bar too high for yourself. Now, you want to set the bar high, right? You want to be someone who outperforms. But the thing is that if you are somebody who is a high performer and is working hard, you're going to be resilient, you're going to be hardworking, you're going to be durable, and you're going to have grit, regardless of where the bar is. But a lot of the times, folks have imposter syndrome where they've set the bar so high where they say, okay, in order for me to fundraise, in order for me to scale, in order for me to get my first product to market, I have to have a laundry list of things and they have to be done to perfection. And we fell into this trap so many times. We could have raised our round so much faster. We could have raised such a large round. We could have learn that progress is so much more important than perfection. And the only thing that is paralyzing you is because, is my internet cutting out? Am I back?
You're good.
Okay. By setting that bar, you're creating an impossible hill that you can't climb. And when you have no line of sight, it's very difficult to take the incremental steps to get there. So I don't mean don't work as hard. Continue to improve and continue to increase the caliber of what you're doing. But don't think you need to boil the ocean to get there. Boil a cup of water and build upon that. Okay, wrapping up with two more things, and then I know I'm at time. This is something that I'm still learning. Do the hard thing. What that means in the context of building a startup is there are certain business decisions you can take that will always feel harder, that will not be as profitable in the instance that you're doing them. And they're the harder thing to do, but you have to do them and you have to keep doing them. There's a lot of people in this room that are building clean tech startups, that are building climate tech, things that are focused on impact and growth and changing the world, which is amazing. You're already doing the hard thing. The chance of you and I succeeding is significantly less than anybody else in this room that is doing a value proposition that is solely based on a buyer-seller relationship. You don't have to build a business that's creating fabric out of food waste to do the hard thing, but you can make seemingly hard decisions in your business when it comes to forks in the road that feels like the right decision. It can be something as simple as using renewable energy for the factory you build, using diverse suppliers when you're trying to build out your supply chain, advocating for the right issues, and really being a key member of society. One thing that I truly believe, and again, this is it's a very unpopular opinion, but when you sign yourself up to be an entrepreneur, you're not signing yourself up to be a business person. You're signing yourself up to be somebody who makes a key difference to this planet. That's by using your resources, by using your decision, and by using your voice. So don't just do the hard thing if it optimizes profit. Do the hard thing to optimize impact, and profit will follow. Of course, take a balanced view and ensure that you're satisfying your stakeholders. but your business will grow if you do the hard thing. If you're not doing the hard thing, you simply are not an entrepreneur. Starting a business is a hard thing. You're only going to succeed if you continue to do hard things. Okay, I know I have a minute left, so last thing. I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself because this quote is relating to somebody who, is free or has a lot of power and so forth. And I know I'm working my way to that, but all of us in this room have some level of privilege, some more than others. So I want to emphasize that if you are free or if you have power, your obligation as a leader, as an entrepreneur, as someone who's signing up to raise their hand and say, hey, I'm going to make this earth a better place, is to empower somebody else, is to give a voice, a platform, or a resource to somebody else. It could be something as simple as attending this event and being a mentor or a judge or a speaker, whatever it is. Your job does not stop at your company and your own growth. Your job is to make this world a better place and to empower those that are not as privileged. So with that, I'm going to wrap up, but I'm just going to take this time to acknowledge that it is a really, really hard time in the world right now. There are a lot of things that are happening that are incredibly difficult to watch through our screens. And once again, your job is not to cure the world, but as a leader, your job is to speak up when things get tough. It's to give a voice to people who are struggling, whether those are the people that are struggling in Ukraine, that are being oppressed in Palestine, what's going on in Venezuela, Afghanistan, Haiti, and so forth. Politics, people say politics don't belong in business, but if you have the power to take a stand, if you have the power to give marginalized people a platform, just know that that is your responsibility. With that, I'll end, and thank you so much for your time. If anyone wants to chat afterwards, you know where to find me. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Myra, for the really great insights. You were absolutely incredible. In fact, I had so much to learn from your session. And the entire journey that you showcased for your startup was really inspiring. Congratulations on the wonderful work that you're doing in the clean tech space. And, particularly the lessons that you shared about the journey of fundraising and how it's important for people to show up at networking events. I hope everybody took a note of that. And I'm sure it was a great learning for the students and founders who've joined in. Thank you.
Thank you for having me. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. With that, we'll come to our next Schulich alum speaker, and that is Shai Nolman, who is co-founder and CFO at Montaro, his tech company. He's more than that. He's also an instructor at the Schulich School of Business, where he teaches private equity and venture capital. And he is also a former key strategic mind with Gibraltar Ventures. He's here today to give us words of inspiration and to share the perspective as having been a mentor in the program, working with the students. Shai, over to you.
Thanks for the warm introduction, Chris. So this year, I'm really happy that you put me before the winners, because last time I had to follow the prize money. And so I'm pretty sure that nobody heard a thing that I had to say. So thank you for that. So before the formal winners are announced, I thought I would do my own little award ceremony to acknowledge some of those winners that we may not see on the podium today. So first off, the biggest winners we should all be celebrating are every single student team. For the past 4 years that this event has been running, I'm continuously blown away by the talent that it draws in terms of creativity, drive, business acumen, tenacity, and enthusiasm. More importantly, the growth mindset exhibited by these entrepreneurs allows them to iterate and refine repeatedly on their projects, often in the face of some pretty blunt feedback from their mentors. And that is one of the biggest benefits that a student team can take from a mentorship, is the open mind, setting the ego aside, absorbing and processing the ideas, and really making the most out of the wisdom that they receive, whether they agree with it or not. Implement what works for them, discard what doesn't, and move their projects forward. And while not all the teams may be going home with a trophy, I would argue that what they've won is much more important. The skills, perspectives, memories, contacts, and friendships they formed are foundational to their personal and professional development. The Schulich School of Business, my wonderful undergrad alma mater in Startup India, are also incredible winners. They've helped develop yet another cohort of fierce entrepreneurs and entrepreneurship-minded professionals. With that, not only have they advanced their mandates, but also their reputations as epicenters of startup activity in both India and Canada. Our generous partners, speakers, and sponsors are winners too, because in exchange for their kind and generous support, they've become associated with one of the greatest and fastest growing startup ecosystems in both countries. And finally, I would like to indulge in a moment of self-interest, in that I'd like to count my fellow mentors and judges and myself among the winners. Not only have we won the opportunity to pass our knowledge and expertise onto these young entrepreneurs and meet some incredible people in the form of our fellow mentors, but those morning sessions were inspiring. As you all know, in startup life, everything is often on fire all the time. So an hour in the morning of experiencing the passion and grit of the Tali Toys team and the brilliant insights of Howard Lichman and Layak Singh as my fellow mentors for our team has been more effective in starting my day strong than any Andrew Huberman routine. And so I would like to thank Mr. Sanjay Kumar Verma, the illustrious High Commissioner of India to Canada, Chris and the Schulich team, everyone from Startup India, and all the participants for putting together yet another together event that's made winners of us all.
Thank you so much, Shay. I think it was incredible for all of us to hear you talk about the experiences that you've had here and how the bonds you forge here through these mentorship sessions, and it goes beyond just the years of your university or startup in that case. But it's been great to hear from you. Thank you so much.
Pleasure was entirely mine. Thank you for having me.
All right, thank you. Those are some dynamic speakers and some great messages that I hope we're all holding with us. Now, at this point, we are going to welcome Nina Gessa to the stage, the Economic Development Officer for the City of Toronto. The City of Toronto has been an inspired partner in this program from day one and has been ready, first group other than ourselves in Startup India, to put up their hand and say, we're in, we'd like to help you make this happen. And they're a dynamic supporter of the Schulich Startups community as well. So Nina's going to join us. Here's what's happening next, everyone. I suggest that all the students who were competitors turn your cameras on. You know why? Because if it's you, I want to have your faces on video recorded in the moment where you are announced as one of the winners. So Nina's going to give us our second place winner and our first place winner after a few comments and words from the city. And then after that, we will, students, the second team and the first team, you'll each get a chance after you're announced to say how you're feeling. So be prepared and ready to be brought on video if you're the winner. And then we'll have the judges come back and share a few thoughts on each of the teams and what they really liked about your presentations. They put some thought into that. So Nina, over to you. It's great to see you. And in yet another opportunity that we're working on together to build the startup space and the name of Toronto out in the world. Welcome. Oh, you're on mute there, Nina. Just take a moment.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah, you're great.
Okay, great. Thank you so much for that, Chris. And thank you for your leadership and commitment to Together 2023 and for bringing together the best of our local talent and matching it with the extraordinary talent in India. Chris, you're a great ambassador, not only for Schulich, but for all of Toronto. And thank you to all of you, all of the budding Indian student entrepreneurs, the Schulich students, the Indian and Canadian mentors, trainers, and global leaders. The pitches today were really, really remarkable and really showed a real depth of knowledge, innovation, and creativity. So well done, and kudos to all of you. The city, like Chris had stated, has supported the Schulich School of Business's global program for a number of years now, and it's easy to see why. The program has engaged hundreds of students and countless mentors to make the success it has become. It brings together two flourishing ecosystems and really builds deeper connections between us economically, socially, and culturally. And creating these deeper ties with our ecosystem partners is important not only for building our economies, but it's equally important in building a really inclusive society. To all of the students today, I'm not sure what to say. You are all winners. You have all seized this opportunity and have undoubtedly learned a lot and made some really meaningful connections along the way. The caliber of the pitches were extraordinary. I was expecting wizardry, and I really, really got it today. So thank you so much for having me. Thank you for participating, and thank you for all of your hard work. It is really, really remarkable to see.
Thanks for those comments. Yep, thanks for those comments, and appreciate that. Now, everyone ready? I suggest again you come on video, get ready to celebrate in the chat, and as we said, we'll bring the each of the teams on stage for a few words, thoughts, reflections. Great opportunity to thank your teammates, your mentors, or other people who have got you to this point. So, Nina, let's start with the second place.
Okay, so second place winners are Energize. Yay.
Excellent. Congratulations. Schulich Startups team, can we get Energize to the stage? You know, in the physical world, we'd see them like running from the back of the room right now, like slowly, like celebrating the way up to the stage. There we go. Welcome, welcome, and how are you feeling? And let's give you an opportunity to share your thoughts. Second prize, as everyone knows, is $5,000, and you'll be celebrated and supported throughout our ecosystem. So how are you feeling?
Thank you so much, Chris. It feels amazing. It has truly been a transformative journey, and I'm so thankful to all the Schulich team members, our mentors, which we were assigned. We really had, very insightful discussions, and these discussions were not just for the competition, but it went beyond that. So they were giving us advice where we are right now, and a lot of amazing discussions that happened. So it really helped us refine our pitch, have a bit of a perspective, how our product is being perceived, what were the shortcomings, how we can, improve on that. So all in all, it has been an amazing learning. Thank you once again to Schulich team for giving us this opportunity.
That's great, thank you. And we'll also, if there's a member of the Schulich team who wants to throw in a word or a comment about your experience, and congratulations to your founder, please do. None of you are shy, I know that.
I'm happy to speak on behalf of the Schulich team. Yeah, this team was fantastic. From the moment that we met them, we realized that this was a strong company with super strong founders that already had a really good pitch coming in. And then working with them over the past week has been phenomenal. We've gotten a chance to refine the pitch, make it even better than it was coming in. And we've seen several iterations through the week. And I think the best one, thankfully, was today's pitch. And I'm super glad and proud of the Energize team for placing second here. It's phenomenal, and congrats again.
Thanks, guys. Anyone else? The last word from the group? You're on mute there. Still on mute, so we'll have to just give us a big thumbs up that you love them and they're great. Thanks, everyone. Okay, judges, of course, we're going to hear from you on each of the teams when we wrap up towards the end, and to the end of this. So Well done, second place team, energized, fantastic. Now is the big moment. We're going to go to the first place team announcement, and I would turn it back over to Nina.
Okay, I wish we had a drum roll here, but the first prize goes to Klimek Labs.
All right. There we go. Let's get the team back on stage to accept. First prize is a $10,000 prize, and you already told us what you're going to do with it, what you're going to spend it on in your pitch. So how you're feeling? We'll get some of the Schulich students on stage as well too. What are your thoughts?
I'm speechless for a second. I think like I'm really happy. I'm really in lots of words right now, because now we would be actually be able to build our product, take it to the market, and it means a lot. Like thank you so much, guys. It means a lot. Thank you so much. Thank you to the Schulich team. And a lot of mess up happened during the presentation, but I'm glad. I'm so happy that it worked out. Thank you for supporting and understanding the cause that you're working for. And yeah, we'll be sure that we are making the impact that we have promised. Thank you so much.
That's awesome. Fantastic. And I think that smile says it all in terms of how you're feeling right now. Did a great job. Any comments from the Schulich team? Schulich Startups team, do we have eyes on anyone from maybe if you're on the Schulich team, you could put your hands up digitally so we can bring you on stage?
Yeah, we have it has been a great journey. We have worked. Initially, we thought that the product was very good and the pitch and all were pinpoint, but with our mentors, we actually did a lot of work and the hard work has paid off. And big congrats again, Indiran. Big congrats to you, man.
Congrats to us. Thank you so much. Thank you so much once again.
Amazing. Thanks, guys. Hey, now for the other 4 teams that we have in the competition, have a little surprise for you, which is that when we were in the semifinal judging, one of the semifinal judges asked about the prizing and then asked if the other 4 teams were getting anything, and then threw in on the fly $2,000 and said divide it up amongst the 4 teams. So every one of the teams will be leaving with the prize today. 500 for those next 4, and the 5,000 for second and 10,000 for first. So that was really, really nice. They requested to stay anonymous in their donation, but it was a really, really sweet moment that happened. And I hope that that gives a little fuel to each of the companies to do something important along the way. Okay, now we're going to bring, thanks Nina for making those announcements. Appreciate that. And we appreciate everything that the City of Toronto does for us and does for this program. And I love the fact that you came and spent the time to watch the pitches and get to see this enthusiasm and brilliance in these young people that are working on what they're working on. A lot of people don't get to see the stage before all this, where many of the things that you saw today were a 1-page Word document, right? With this is what I want to do. So there's a context that goes behind all this. And those of us who are behind the scenes get to see how far communicating this idea comes in a very short period of time. So thanks for helping to make that happen. Hey, judges, we're going to turn it over to you now to take us through your comments on some of these teams. And Naaman, are you up first, or is someone else up first?
Sure, yeah. Yeah, I just want to say a few words on behalf of the judges. First, we're really thankful to be part of the Together program. Thank you to the founders. You made our jobs tough this morning in a good way. They were all really great pitches. And you're solving big problems. 3 of you are solving problems, major health issues, 2 of you in clean tech and environmental issues, and 1 of you in computing innovation, which helps probably foster more entrepreneurship with students with faster computing. It's my 3rd year with Together, first year as a mentor. and saw firsthand as a mentor the great work that the Schulich students did with the founders. Definitely shows in the pitches. The judges kind of thank you for that, really making it sharp. Thanks to Schulich team and Startup India for their amazing organization. They make it really simple for the judges to participate, score, and add our comments. We're each going to talk just a few seconds about each of the teams. The three of us judges were very close on our top two teams, and so we're pretty aligned there. And I'm going to talk about two. So I'm going to talk about climate labs, and we think you're solving a really big problem with air quality. We could see the link to better health. You've got a nice tailwind behind you with COVID. So not only better air quality, but maybe reducing COVID in the workplace. We thought the CO2 capture was really something that was interesting and an added benefit. There's always risks with hardware production, but we could see, when we asked that question, you seemed really happy with your manufacturing partner. You've produced some units as well. What we liked, especially, is that we saw some traction. You've sold some units. You've got these long waiting lists as well, which kind of show that there's product market fit and there's demand for your product. And we found the founders were passionate about the problem. I'm also going to talk about Womantastic. I love plastic recycling. My first year as a mentor, I worked with a team called Ricks, and they were taking plastic bottles and recycling them into stronger bricks. And I thought it was a really interesting concept, and they ended up finishing second in the Together contest. We like how the founders found a problem that not only removes plastic from the earth, but that can be used for a useful manner. We think you did a really great job of picking something like 3D printing, which we think is a huge growth area, that will continue to have tailwinds as well from a demand perspective. I think constructively is one of the things as founders, all founders, is that you can sell a product before you build it. And that's what we tell our founders. And so you can maybe show, the top two teams had more traction in getting their product to market, from our perspective. So for example, you can sell your product to companies and say, I'm going to build this 3D fulfillment that's going to be just as good as what you're using now at a third of the price. And will you sign an LOI with me that when I have this, that you can buy it? So just something to keep in mind to show traction. But we really liked, again, how the founders were genuinely excited by their idea. I'm going to pass it to one of my fellow judges to talk about another two teams.
Yeah, thanks, Raman. So I'll take it on from here. Firstly, thanks for having me, Schulich team and Startup India. It was great to see all of the teams come out and pitch. And of course, all teams are winner in their own rights. I would be talking about two teams today. Firstly, Focus Flow. What we really liked about Focus Flow was firstly the problem statement identification itself. I think it was bang on that the lack of personalization and feedback loops in mental health tech is what causes poor efficacy and what causes retention issues. And that with AI for the first time, you can actually solve these problems of personalization at scale. And then sort of like this whole vision that everybody can have a personal therapist or a personal yoga instructor in their pocket. And you were able to see that, and that premise itself is very, very powerful. I think one more thing that you could additionally possibly think of is a lot of things in mental health tech is besides just the AI layer, it is a lot of like behavioral science that needs to go in. And how do you sort of like marry these two to create a 10x better product or a better experience for your users? But overall, good job, Vidya. I'll also be speaking on Dream Aerospace. So Hari and team, again, what we call a great founder market fit. And of course, undoubtedly a very deep technical know-how for developing the propulsion system. So one part of, all this is the deep tech nature of what they're building, but then you guys are also selling to a very small cluster of sophisticated buyers with potentially very tough sales cycle. And I'd like to just highlight that it takes a very special kind of founder and a very different level of passion and dedication to go after these kind of really hard, unaddressed problems, right? And these are the hard problems that is not your low-hanging fruits, but that will create value in the future. So all the best, Hari and team. Over to you, Alexander.
Thank you. And thank you to Chris and the Schulich team. I always enjoy working with my alma mater, and it's nice to come back.
even if virtually. Both of the companies I'm going to cover sort of exemplify a thing that I obsess over with all the startups that I meet with and invest in. And that's the fact that's the identifying of sort of a market gap. Because as any business student will know, the whole efficient markets principle is that if there is a gap that's worth solving, someone somewhere will want to solve it. And so they are few and far between. Energize being in a very competitive market that's very hot at the moment, with that falls under the category of consumer self-care, which we all know has been very elevated since the pandemic. It just sort of raises the bar for finding those kind of genuine business opportunities. And the fact that the team has identified that what is seemingly one of these gaps that exist that can be addressed with something as seemingly simple to the non-scientifically engaged form factor is really impressive. And accomplishing them while having to overcome both those market dynamic challenges as well as the, call it, scientific medical aspect of actually delivering the value that they are seeking to do is very impressive and shows a lot of perseverance. The second, Project X, it's not an unfamiliar picture to see that as technology advances and more capabilities become available to greater numbers of people, there's often gaps that are left unserved merely because of the lack of imagination on behalf of developers and product managers to see the people who technological sophistication or resource-wise are just out of reach, but could still make so much value out of having these capabilities. And so addressing that by essentially going and saying, we're going to make these tools as easily and readily accessible as the incumbents pretend theirs are in the marketing materials, thereby bring this power to so many people is it's a tried and true method. Their opportunities likewise are very difficult to find, but this seems like a genuine case of that. And it's going to be exciting to see how they're able to roll this out over the coming months and years. Congrats to them and to all of the companies. You all did really, really well today, I think.
Thanks to all three of you for doing a great job today. You brought a lot of insightful questions. You push the companies, but you're all really thoughtful, lovely people in terms of how you hold the students in that space and give them the confidence to answer at the same time. So definitely appreciate you and everything that you bring to the Together mission and the competition. And with that, we will hope you'll hang out with us for the next few moments, but also release you from your judging responsibilities for the year. Thanks. Congrats again to all the teams. And now we're going to bring on stage two very important people who work tirelessly in the background to make all of this, happen on the Schulich side. And that's Jeremy Vo and Cherry Rose Tan, the two instructors who led the classes working behind the scenes. And I think it's really cool that we have a team in the top two from the India cohort and a team in the top two from the Toronto cohort as well too. They're both amazing entrepreneurs and investors in their own right, but also really valued instructors at the school. So I'm really curious to hear from them for a few moments in terms of what their experience was like behind the scenes working with the students from Schulich.
Yeah, thanks for having us, Chris. I think one thing I'll say, and likewise, I was excited to see that there was, I think, a team from the Toronto MBA representation, but then also from the India MBA as well, the Schulich campuses. It was really a pleasure I feel like, to collaborate with this whole team, also with Jeremy, because so much of the intentionality around working with our Schulich students this year was really around teaching about venture capital as an asset class. What does it mean to have a pitch deck that's not just about telling the story, but really understanding what are the incentives behind creating that pitch deck? What do VCs look for? what are the different components that people need to look at? And I know there was so much excitement just coming from my class, but also Jeremy's class as well, around really engaging a lot of the Indian entrepreneurs this year. So it was a pleasure. And maybe I'll pass it to Jeremy as well for some comments, because it was awesome to collaborate with you.
Yeah, likewise, Cherry. I want to say that it was an honor to work with such a bright group of MBAs. I got a chance to meet everyone in person at the Hyderabad campus, which is not something I get to do every day. So it was absolutely an incredible experience for me as well. 37 students in total, future leaders, all keen to learn entrepreneurship and share what they've learned now with the world in the context of Together and Beyond. So just for context for everyone on what that course entailed, it was 6 weeks bootcamp style with assignments, theory, practical. We had an emphasis on technology ventures, both hardware, software, and sometimes with a tinge of social impact as well. And what Cherry and I did was we focused on equipping our students with some of the early fundamentals of startups. So things like pitching, how investing works, building a product. And I love seeing us being able to put together some guest speakers as well with some real startup experience. So I hope everyone enjoyed that. My favorite part was personally getting everybody to participate in putting together a pitch, but also learning each of your stories and what motivated you to take that course in the first place. And so all of this within the same vein of going from 0 to 1. And we know that you took those concepts and were able to teach others those concepts as well. So all in all, I'm incredibly proud of this group, and I can't wait to see what everyone does after Together as well.
Wonderful. Thanks for both taking the time to join us today and for all the hard work that led to this point. I can definitely see your insightful fingerprints all over everything. Oshka, your thoughts?
Yeah, thank you so much, Sherry and Jeremy. I mean, it's truly wonderful to see the very nuanced efforts you put in day in and out to make this program as impactful as it is. And I think whatever we witnessed today during the pitches, during the wonderful pitches, is a very direct result of your efforts. So thanks a lot. And with this, it's my absolute pleasure to invite our next speaker for our closing remarks, Mr. Sanjay Kumar Verma, the High Commissioner of India to Canada. Born on July 28, 1965, the High Commissioner Sanjay Kumar Verma graduated from Patna University and continued his study at the Indian Institute of Technology, Delhi, pursuing a postgraduate degree in physics. Mr. Verma entered into the Indian Foreign Service in 1988. He was stationed at the Commission of India, Hong Kong, and at the embassies of India in the People's Republic of China, Vietnam, and Turkey, before serving as the Consul General of India in Milan, Italy. He also served as the Indian ambassador to the Republic of Sudan. Following his tenure in Sudan, High Commissioner Verma served as Joint Secretary, Global Estate Management, and later as Additional Secretary for Administration and Cyber Diplomacy in the Ministry of External Affairs, India. Before arriving in Canada, he served as the Ambassador of India to Japan. High Commissioner Verma is deeply passionate about information technology, artificial intelligence, cyber diplomacy, delivery of people-centric services using interactive technologies, and guiding and facilitating small businesses and investors. It's a pleasure to have you with us here, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks a ton. My congratulations to everyone there. I'm very glad to be here at the platform created by Together 4.0. My commendations to the organizers. Thanks to the Schulich School for the initiative which has been taken. Mentors and judges, you have done a wonderful job by telling the new and budding entrepreneurs the path that they must take and the path that they have chosen so far. Participants, for your enthusiasm, thank you very much. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to look at everything from a policy perspective, from a government policy perspective, rather. And I would like to have a few comments for all of you, all the participants, and probably the mentors as well. Whenever we talk of innovation, largely we are focused in the more wealthy ecosystems, as San Francisco, someone mentioned that. But we should also try to look at the incremental innovations, which may not bring out a product as the outcome. It may be just fitting into a supply chain of innovations, wherein there could be an integrated approach, and then people could take them forward as a team of startups put together. And from there, they will be able to do good to the society. Global South is the largest population in the world, and the Global South needs frugal innovation. Global South needs filling in the gap in the processes which are there. So though everyone was talking about product innovation, I would also encourage them to look at the process innovation, through which they will be able to address many of the social issues, social problems which are there. For an example, if the batteries are to be recycled, there is a gap in the process of collecting those batteries. So just by launching a startup, which will enable them to identify the sources, collect those batteries, bring them to actual recycle center, itself is a huge startup. And that will make a huge difference in the lives of the people. We should also look at the innovation clusters, where a particular startup would be able to fit into the innovation clusters, which are already existing. What it does is then you don't need to go out and find your own network. You are already networked in a cluster, and you can go ahead. In India, we have created a few such clusters and hubs, wherein the Indian startups can take advantage of already existing networks and take things forward. Aggregated supply chain is very important for today's innovation. We can do innovations ourselves, one by one, but we can also look at the aggregated supply chain for the innovation. Once we are able to focus on that, again, we are already a part of the network, and therefore our progress will be faster and we'll move further. When we look at the global supply chain, India and Canada can create a bilateral value chain, as a part of the global value chain. That should also be looked at as to how the two ecosystems can combine together. It should not only be raising the finances, doing the pitch, going for the series fundings. It should also be a part of developing a bilateral value chain between the two startup ecosystems. When you have already innovated, the next problem becomes, what are you going to do with it? So therefore, you need to link up with the industries which can scale up your innovation. These networks, which I just mentioned, already have industries as the partners. And therefore, after you have innovated, scaling up is not so difficult. And then actually that is the time when you start making money as a startup, when industry comes on your side. The contextualization of innovation is extremely important. The innovation which is important for Toronto may not be so important in Congo. The one which is important in Nigeria may not be so important in India. So we need to contextualize our innovations so that we are able to focus on a very niche group of people or technologies, and from there we can scale it up. Finally, the world today is not only innovating, it is also innovating through contracting. So look at the contract innovation. The startups are the ideal places to do contract innovations. Large corporates today are not interested in doing innovation themselves. They generally buy into innovations. And therefore, it will be a great idea to look at contract innovation as one of the possibilities to take things forward. And finally, when we talk of raising financing and funds, we should also look at those platforms which have been created globally, particularly in India. There are many which also promote crowdfunding. So do crowd fundraising. It is easier, and you are able to go just to one platform, do your pitching, and things come up. I was a mentor for two of such startups, and I'm glad that both of them are doing business today with Canada and the US. Thank you very much for having me here today. Thank you very much for listening me out, and I wish you all the best. I wish all the startup participants all the best who will be taking our bilateral relations forward. Thank you very much. Namaskar.
Hi, Commissioner. Thank you so much for being here today. You know, I think it shines through that you've spent time as an entrepreneur, as an educator, as a mentor, and that you've invested in so many people with your time and your wisdom over the years. It comes through in terms of your depth of being able to speak to what this community is all about, what the innovation ecosystem holds. And I also want to say on a personal level that I deeply appreciate that you are here today. And I think you are a man of high integrity to spend your time with us and to be here. And when you said to me when we met in your office, I'm going to be there, I want to see these young people succeed. And you are here. And that means the world. Thank you. And I look forward to seeing you again soon. Well, with that, we're going to now start the process of wrapping up today. Thanks for all the awesome comments and celebrations in the chat, for the experience that you've had. The student founders from India, the Schulich students from the MBA in India class and the Kiel class as well too. This has been a lot of fun. And I think that the outcome has been inspiring on multiple levels, on the academic level related to what we've built now into the program with the school, but also really inspiring to see the companies that were here today, also the companies that came through to the top 17. You know, we don't want to forget them, because it wasn't easy watching those judges make their deliberations to get to the top 6. There's an incredible group that's like nipping at the heels of the top 6 that's right behind. I'm already imagining when I'm listening to the top 2 teams today, when I'm listening to the other 4 companies that pitched, Ashka, I'm already imagining them being back with us next year in class, back with us next year in opening ceremonies or in the finals, and continuing to follow their journeys. It's really exciting. And I just want to say how much I appreciate you, how much I appreciate the entire team from Startup India, Shivangi, Dr. Sarabi, and your whole extended team for the continued effort behind the scenes that you've made to make this a great, fun, and successful partnership. Why don't you share your closing thoughts with us, and then we'll send everyone off to their nights and their weekends.
Sure. Thank you so much, Chris. First of all, a huge congratulations to Climate Labs and Energize for this wonderful feat, and to both these teams as well as the other 4 amazing teams. We just really like to take a moment here to applaud how far you've come. It's definitely not easy to come to this level of preparation in such a short span of time, and to so confidently pitch to our amazing judges. So the journey has just started, and we're really, really excited to see where you go from this point with your ideas and innovations. It goes without saying that this is not just a collaboration between 2 institutions or organizations, it's a collaboration between 2 countries as well. And the fact that this whole program, all of its components happen virtually, round the clock, dealing with different crazy time zones, it's absolutely amazing. And it also goes on to show the determination and commitment with which both sides of students really work on the ideas. And that itself, I believe, is really inspiring, and it gives you and us the energy to, further work towards this. I would really like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to everybody who joined us, Mr. Sanjay Kumar Verma, who's the High Commissioner of India to Canada. Most importantly, the Schulich School of Business team, Chris, Q, Shrey. The way you work tirelessly to make this happen is commendable, is inspiring, and this would not have been possible without you. To all the amazing judges, mentors, speakers, everybody who's been a part of this initiative, thank you so much.
Thanks, Ashka. I appreciate all of that. And just as we wrap up, I want to say also a thanks to my own team, to Rakshith and Martin and Chelsea and Vinod, Solomon, Jessica, students who were in the previous working with us through the summer to help make this happen. But most of all, I hope that Shrey is available and can come on stage here for a moment just as we wrap up. Come on screen. Shrey has come on stage with us here. Shrey, man, you've worked night and day, and with a brand new baby in your arms that's only 5 months old now. Did I get that right? Very
just turned
young.
5 today, so what a day to be here.
Oh, okay, so right on. So congratulations for that. And you've done that with your baby in your arm, sometimes texting me with one hand while we're working on stuff up in the middle of the night. And you are such a great person, man. You really care. You care about these students. You care about what happens for them. You care about Schulich, and you love and care about your family. And you've held both those things together at the same time and managed to pull all this off while still being there as a dad for your kid and being there as a father for, for your wife. So I just want to say how much I appreciate you and everything you've done to get us to this point. And with that, thanks to everybody for sharing your time with us today. Congratulations to all the teams. And as anyone knows, when you're working with Schulich Startups and work with me, you're going to get a knock on your door soon, because we're going to have you back to do some interesting things. Have a great day, everyone, and have a great evening to everyone in India. And thanks again.
Shout out to everybody too. We're just hanging back. If you want to chat or throw in some comments, we are here to support you.